welcome to Blackfeather Guild. Before we go in and say hi to the cast and get started with the show, I wanted to talk very briefly about viewer actions and a little bit about sponsors. So first off, there's a number of ways that you can actually actively participate in the show through viewer actions. One of the easiest ways to do so is through retweeting the game tweet. You should see that somewhere in chat if it's not in there already. But you just click on that link and hit retweet, and for every 5 retweets that we get on that, it will add a bonus to the cast pool and the game master pool. Now, in most cases, that's going to be an extra d6 that they can add on to any roll. Basically, a great way to use that is if a player is almost meeting a DC, but they're just not quite there, they can grab one of those d6s from the cast pool, roll that, and then add that to their roll. Basically, is how that works. Same with the GM. So that's one of the easiest ways that you can participate that way. Another way is through guild coins. That's our Twitch channel points. If you look at the rainbow colored icon, it should have the Blackfeather Guild crest on it. It should be right below your Twitch chat box. If you click on that, it'll show you all the different things that you can get with those. The biggest one being plot points. Now, plot points, you can see an example right over here. They all work pretty much the same way. It's just a matter of how big of an impact they have. So for the example, when we've got 2 plot points, the player of your choice gets something moderately helpful or unhelpful. Enter any suggestions for the GM into chat, or you can have the GM come up with something entirely on their own. So just choose if you want it to be helpful or unhelpful to the party, and that's kind of how you can use them. You can throw in your own suggestions as well. How those work: 1 plot point is something trivially helpful or unhelpful. 2 is moderately, 3 is very, and 4 is very to the entire party. So if you want to do something to help the entire party or really throw a monkey wrench in their plans, 4 plot points will do that. So that's guild coins. And then finally, we've got donations. So if you want to help out with keeping the lights on in the place, so to speak, there's a number of ways that you can financially contribute. One of those being coffee.com/Raven or Raven.rocks. You can see both of those examples down there at the bottom. Those are the addresses to do direct donations. You can also do Twitch subscriptions or bits. Those work the same way. And then finally, Patreon. We've got a Patreon, which you should see in chat here any second, if it's not there already. And our Bard tier patrons and higher get credits towards viewer actions every month that they can use on any show that they would like. You just have to let us know in chat how you want to spend those, and then we'll hand those out. So some very cool stuff. Before we hop over to see the cast, one last thing to mention is a couple things on this chart here. We've already covered the D6 and the plot points, but the triple crits, what that means is you can gift auto critical successes. And you can, it's triple because you get 3. You can divvy those out however you'd like. You can do 2 to the cast, 1 to the game master, all of them to the game master, however you want to do it. So they work much like the D6s. The cast members just grab that when they're available and they really need them and use them. So it's pretty cool. And then finally, the last one, introduce an ally or enemy NPC. Just give us a brief description of what you want this character to look like, kind of their character concept and a name, and let us know if you want it to be an enemy or an ally to the party, and the GM will basically take that and run with it. So really cool ways that you can participate. Lastly, I just wanted to take a quick moment to mention our sponsors. If you look at the logos down below, that's who's sponsoring this episode, and we'll talk a little bit about that before we introduce everybody as well on the next scene. So yeah, check all this stuff out, and thank them for supporting us, and thank you for being here and watching. Let's go say hi to the cast. Hello everyone, welcome back for more Animus Absentis. I am super excited for this heist. It's been like 5 episodes in the making. Because we all got distracted, not because we were actually working on making the heist happen. It's going to be a lot of fun. Before we jump into all that, though, I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about their character, and remind us what their character looks like for the heist. So let's start with Jay. Tell us about you and Sparky.
For sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Jay, or Jalen, or Alien Jays. I'm mostly, at this point, a game dev and a writer, though I also do roleplay here on Saturdays. You can find me on just here mostly, or on my own Twitch at Alien Jays. I'm super distracted by Patrick Stewart in a cowboy outfit. So
he looks like he's having so much fun.
He does. He's having a blast. So Sparky is only 20. Every time we play this, I'm like, fuck, they're only 20. They are, or used to be, a assassin for the space mafia, and now they're a panicky, slightly less panicky now, merc for hire, I guess. I think that's probably the best way you can describe our crews. We're idiot mercs for hire. We'll turn your entire space station into communists for money. Or gas, I guess. What they're wearing to the heist, because this heist is, I guess, not really plot relevant, but it's important to us. I actually have to pull up the outfit, so give me one moment. Where are you?
I would say freelance imports, exports, and security.
Maybe not the last one, though. Maybe.
I called us space thieves.
Yes, you know
Insecurity.
What? That's good. Yeah. Security. Oh my god. So they are wearing a combination, like full kind of 2 or 3 piece suit with a really nice like formal dress, with kind of matching. I made up a whole outfit, but I'm not going to link it because you can just imagine it. Very green, black, and gold. That's the color scheme. Yeah. And their hair, I think I dyed another color. Yeah, chestnut brown, if I remember right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Next, we've got Vanessa. Tell us a little bit about you and Annie.
Hi, I'm Vanessa. I'm a traditional artist primarily. I work in watercolor and pencil sketch, and I also do some digital art. If you would like to check out my stuff, you can find it on my art Twitter, which is at Peppero Draws, and that's Peppero like the candy. And you can also check out some of my work at coffee.com/pepperoprincess. And I've got references of Annie up there if you'd like to take a look if you haven't seen her before. She's looking a little bit different, but we'll get to that for the heist. She is, I guess we always make the joke that before the memory wipe, she was kind of like Space Anonymous. She dealt primarily in information brokering, hacking to do with corporations and corporate information that she would sell and pawn off to people and things like that. So you can probably imagine that she's gotten herself into some sticky situations on that front. But in terms of for the heist, she used to have pink hair to match with the other crewmates, but she's since dyed it a nice silvery color. And her color scheme for tonight is silvers and blacks, and maybe like pops of red or something in there. Who knows? But yeah, that's Annie.
Awesome. Next, we've got Alex. Tell us a little bit about Seattle and you.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm an artist. I had an intro thought of until you asked me to. I'm playing Seattle, who is currently looks like, well, Jay is kind of sporting Seattle's look right now, only Jay has eyebrows. Okay. Seattle is wearing like a crisp, clean pilot jumpsuit. That's it. It's looking nice and official aboard the Tabernacle.
All right. Fantastic. Next, we've got Riley. Tell us a little bit about Jack and you.
Hello, I'm Riley. I play Jack. I formerly was playing Lagu, but I have since taken over the Good Doctor's character since Lagu decided that they were going to go off and do their own thing because this crew is a little bit too hectic for them. So, Jack or Jackie, they are the doctor that specializes in pharmaceuticals and things like that. They actually helped Daisy wipe the crew's memory, but had a miscalculation and wiped their own memory as well. And for the heist, they're wearing like a very gaudy anime, like androgynous suit. So very like faux fur, like lots of gemstones, like, which is seems very like, what? Like, this is your personality? Because they've been super reserved this entire time. So anyways, yeah. I'm a knit and crochet designer, and as well as just teach people how to do the things. So I will put my website out in chat.
Awesome. Next we've got Lisa. Tell us a little bit about you and Android.
So I play Android, and she is a black market, or black ops, I guess black market too, but black ops murder droid. And she is the captain of the ship, and she is mom, and she is a tired mom. If she could be, she would be a wine mom at this point. Maybe even a vodka mom. I don't know. But although not a vodka mom, they're too uncaring about their kids. Captain does care, but she's fed up.
So like maybe like a mimosa mom?
Yeah, but like all day.
Yeah.
But she is, for the heist, she is going to be posing as Staff, and she is wearing a maid-style Lolita outfit with Dutch braids that she has looped up to keep them out of the way.
Awesome. All right, and that just leaves me. I'm Raven. I'm the creative director for the Raven Evermore, which involves a ton of stuff, from GMing, streaming, writing tabletop systems, and all sorts of other things. You can learn all about, excuse me, everything that I do with the links all on my link tree. Pretty much everything I do and everywhere I have a presence is on there. And then before we jump into everything, a quick shout out to sponsors. Grinding Coffee Companies. If you go to grindingcoffee.co, use the code RAVVYN, you can get 13% off your order, and they roast it right before they ship it, so it's super fresh coffee. It's really good. And then the other two projects that sponsor the channel are Fundamental RPG, which this game currently runs on the playtest version of 2nd edition. That should be out later this year. And then Intrepid, which is my brand for IRL adventuring gear. So casual sportswear and accessories, things like that. Just put out a stainless steel travel mug today, which is currently 10% off, so cool stuff there as well. Definitely check that out. Yeah, I think that's all the pre-game stuff. Oh, who I play. I play everyone in the universe. That's not this crew. I'm the game master, but I also play a specific character on the ship named Daisy, who is responsible for the crew losing their memory. Also, turns out, is the daughter of one of the crew members, Seattle, and is currently helping out with the heist. She's wearing your standard infiltrator, form-fitting garb underneath a caterer's uniform currently. So, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Last week, or not last week, but last session, we spent a good bit of time going over equipment, making sure everybody was outfitted out with everything that they need, coming up with a plan. it was decided that we would go in as the caterers, and we're using the cryopod that somebody was actually put into stasis in, which has been converted into a cheese cooler. We're using that to serve cheese as the caterers, and it's been given a couple of upgrades to make it not a true artificial intelligence, so not like the captain, but more like a slightly advanced form of like Alexa or Siri or something like that. So, yeah, it's gonna be fun. You're, I believe, in orbit around the planet where the event is happening. You've got the layout, you know what party's happening. You're about as informed and equipped as you're going to get. There's not a whole lot more prep you could do to make this easier. So, how do you want to do this?
So who was going as a guest and who was going as staff?
I think we were mostly going as guests.
I think so.
So,
And staff.
Jackie's gonna be like, I guess I could go as staff. I did not get the proper outfits for it, and my demeanor is much more refined. Too refined for that role. However, I guess I could accept this lower role.
I don't think you need to settle. I just want to know who's playing who, because like then we don't get confused when we get down there and someone's like, "Hey, can you help me?" and you're like, "Oh, okay," you know.
I'll go as staff.
Daisy chimes in and says, "Well, I'm already dressed as staff, and people don't usually notice when the wait staff disappears until they want more hors d'oeuvres or drinks or whatever, so that should let me get into all sorts of fun places."
I am more equipped to serve. I will be staff.
Just doesn't bear thinking about.
Seattle signs, I'm staying with the ship.
Seth, of course, clears his throat and is like, "Yeah, I'm protecting, and I'm posing as bodyguard for Annie. Still, that's thumbs up. That's my job."
You're gonna do fine, Seth.
Holds up 2 thumbs up. Looking very nervous.
Jack is going to position themselves a little bit closer to Seattle and kind of like whisper something in his ear. He's gonna whisper, "I think you should hit on that one," and point at Seth.
Why?
You're muted, Alex.
Seattle looks disgusted. Like, absolutely revolted. He's a child.
He's like literally the same age as his daughter.
Exactly. What the fuck? What is wrong
right.
with you?
I didn't think this through.
Obviously.
Slides next to Sparky.
Seattle's like,
Whispers to Sparky, "You should hit on that one."
Sparky just stares like dead-eyed ahead and doesn't even respond for a few seconds, and then just does like a.
Why is the doctor trying to get Seth laid?
The doctor isn't trying to get Seth laid. The doctor is trying to like mess with Seth and make Seth as nervous as possible for science.
For science, okay. Fair.
I can respect that.
Yep. All right. So everybody's standing around awkwardly, waiting to pull the trigger on this thing.
This is like when you're waiting for a ride to show up to the party you're not at yet. And you're just standing
Yeah.
around like, boy, that party's gonna be yeah. Can't wait to be at the party.
But there's gonna be some good hors d'oeuvres there. You gonna get some hors d'oeuvres? I'm gonna get some hors
Yeah,
d'oeuvres.
I mean I think hors d'oeuvres would be great, yeah.
Yeah.
Mom, what are you driving us?
Exactly. That's definitely the energy in the ship right now. Literally the only thing that's stopping you is just one of you deciding to start heading to the shuttle. So
All right. So I guess we grab the cryopod of cheese.
Yeah, do we have like a space dolly?
yeah, we'll say you do.
I know we do because we've used it before.
Oh yeah.
We've got those hover ones that we got specially
That's
for
right.
like taking heavy loads.
Yeah, because we had the
Oh, yeah.
guns. Yeah, right.
Way back at the beginning. So yes,
Seattle regularly uses them to pick up our supplies.
it makes sense. So yeah, you've got the dolly, you've got the cryopod loaded up. Daisy's in the shuttle now. At this point, I've lost count of how many times she's.
By the way, Seattle
Rechecked things.
has painted the cryopod to match the blue and white of the decor of the shuttle.
Okay. Did I make you roll art for that last time?
Nope.
Go ahead and roll art for that. Let's see. Let's see how well
This is
Seattle
Jack's first time seeing the shuttle. And so like everybody's
But I just
loading
got
it.
given.
Yay!
And Jackie is just staring at the side of the shuttle.
And as a refresher, and for any who don't know what the shuttle looks like, the shuttle's pretty decked out. It's got like extra shields and maneuvering thrusters and things like that. But it also has like the paint job of like a rust bucket. Like it just wasn't very evenly painted. It's been shot up since it's been unevenly painted. And like a very crudely painted logo that says, I can never pronounce it right, so
Tabernacle.
Alex, if you would, there you go.
For those of
Which
you
is-
who know what it means, enjoy.
yeah, it's like the fuck word in French, something like that. So yeah, that's what the doctor's looking at right now.
What?
The captain just stands next to him and just says, "It was Seattle's choice." And walks away.
God. We're gonna get shot.
And with a 9, the cryopod matches.
Mhm. It's
when-
rustic.
when Jack
It's
says that we're gonna
rustic.
get
And
shot.
by the way, that is what Seattle calls it. It's rustic.
Extra
Rich people like rustic.
Does it
Um,
say
by
Tabernacle
rust-
on the side of it?
Yes.
Cool.
If by rustic you mean like was quote unquote weathered by a child, then yes, it looks rustic.
He does use a stencil to write tabernacle on the side of it for getting this thing back.
Okay. That
I like to
works.
think that he 3D printed a stencil that just says Tabernacle,
hmm
and he just has it in various sizes.
I mean, that tracks.
I mean, he's
Okay.
better at that than he is at art.
Play to your strengths.
That's engineering.
So are we heading down to the planet? Let's get this heist rolling.
We
I
have to
think
park
so.
far away from the entrance if we're bringing this.
But not too far because we're the cheese people.
Well, we
I
need to at least park it where nobody else will see it.
It's beautiful.
It's
Oh,
something.
nice. Nat 20 for 45? Crap. So Daisy kind of gets tired of waiting on everybody, hops into the driver's seat of the shuttle, and does the pre-flight, gets the shuttle ready to go, and basically has everything but like pushing the red button that takes you there set up. It's like, are we gonna go or what?
Captain just sits down tidily and fastens her seatbelt because she believes in safety.
Seattle gets in, double checks everything, and yeah, we're off. Would you like me to roll?
It's mechanical engineering to fly the shuttle.
Let's see if I roll a 1.
Let's say, if Seattle crashes the shuttle,
22.
then it's... Yeah, there you
22.
go.
I have enough mechanical engineering and that if I roll anything but a 1, I will generally not fail.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you take off. No problem. You fly, quote unquote casual. You're able to land the shuttle wherever you would like. You fly over the compound. It looks just like the map that was sent to you. There's no weird layout surprises or anything like that. Everything on the outside looks pretty much as you expected. With the layout having the museum area on the right-hand side, the main part of the estate in the center, and some guest areas over on the left-hand side, with a big main gate and a couple of other service entrances. The party's happening in the main estate, adjacent to the museum section. There is a main entrance that you can go through if you want to, or there is a service entrance to the kitchen at the back end. And you can land the shuttle on either side. Or somewhere completely different if you want to. Like, that's
Seattle
always an option too.
signs, what do you think, Captain? Back end entrance?
Drop off a service people at the back entrance and then park it around the front so that the guests look like they are where they should be.
Seattle goes to drop off our service people.
All right. As you land, I presume those of you who are going in as staff grab the cryopod and start wheeling it in. I know Daisy, Jack, I believe, and who else was going as staff again?
Me.
Okay. So the three of you are able to wheel that in. The security there kind of side-eyes all of you, and does stop you when you get to the door. It's definitely not like you immediately look suspicious and I'm going to stop you. It's sort of like I'm not 100% sure about them, and you can kind of feel them debating in their head, and they're like, nah, I'm going to ask for credentials. So they do stop you. And let's see. We're going to say android's 1, doctor is 2, Daisy is 3. Captain, they stop you.
Really? I'm a nat 1? Thanks. Okay, they stop me. Go ahead.
They stop you and just ask for credentials. They like, I need your name, what you're doing here, who sent you, that sort of thing.
I'm an android and carry no designation. However, we are with the company La Fromage Cash.
He checks his list and goes, oh yeah, I do see that here. Yep, that all checks out. If I might make a suggestion, though, maybe take the money from this gig and do some repainting. Sort of waves his hand over the cryopod.
It is a rescue cryopod.
Oh my god.
Lisa.
Right. Okay, well, yeah, just head on in and maybe just put like a bar towel over that logo. That word might offend some more sensitive people inside.
Understood.
All right, and he sort of waves you through, and you can tell he's immediately forgotten that you exist now.
Yay.
As he moves on to the next things on his list. It's a rescue cryopod, oh my god. So yeah, you're able to get into the kitchen. It's bustling with activity. It's a very large kitchen, just like one you'd see at a restaurant. There are chefs running back and forth, other wait staff, everything you would expect to see there. There is one person with a clipboard that's running around, notices you, and in a very flustered voice, says, "All right, is that the cheese platters?"
That is correct. Where shall we set up?
You're gonna go to the main banquet hall. So you're gonna go through this door, take a left, then take a right. Go down 2 doors. You'll see another hallway. Go down that, and that'll open up into the banquet hall that you need to be in. Someone there will tell you where to put that display case. Hold on a second. And they run back into a closet and come out with a fancy tablecloth, and they sort of set it over the top of it and go, yeah, just make sure that logo is covered up.
Understood.
And then again, much like the security guard, seems to forget that you exist as he goes on to the next task at hand. So with that, I think we're going to hop over to the rest of the group. So Sparky, Annie, Seattle, and Seth. The cheese has been delivered. What do you do?
So what does it look like when we are going in?
Like at the main entrance?
Yeah, because I presume that's where we're heading.
Okay. So yeah, if you're going to the main entrance, there's a big sort of archway at the front gate. It's very fancy, like wrought iron, with intricate, filigree worked in and things like that. And it's extra decorated with lights and streamers and things like that for this event. You can see there's about a dozen people sort of slowly filing in at the moment. There is security at the front door, and they do seem to be checking people for weapons and that sort of thing. There's like a checkpoint before you get into the building proper. And Sparky, have you give me a sight roll?
Well, actually, no, wait, that's one of the things I'm great at. Like one of the 3 things I'm great at. 25.
Nice.
It's the paranoia.
Yeah, sure
Yes.
is.
Keeps you sharp. You notice something that looks different than what you were sure would be here. So you might remember from last session you had that gut feeling like there's definitely not going to be any scanners or anything like that there for weapons. But you spot one right there at the entrance that they're making everyone go through.
Okay, so Sparky is going to turn to the group, kind of as a like, almost making it look like like this is a kind of a fancy to do, like almost talking about the party, quote unquote, but really telling them like, there's a scanner. What do we do? Because I am covered in bombs.
Honestly, I'm just gonna roll a die here, just no reason.
No, not at all.
Okay, cool.
Mm.
Covered in bombs. So as you're having that little conversation, kind of taking a pause, trying to, fall back, regroup, reassess. A couple approaches you in very fancy getup. The lady's got like blonde hair that's done up all fancy in like a black and white evening gown, and the guy just looks like your your generic pretty boy arm candy date. They both look very basic. They're also incredibly friendly, or at least she is. And they both walk up to you, and this woman says, "Oh, hi! Are you here for the party too? Isn't this so pretty? Do you think there's going to be hors d'oeuvres in there? I bet they're going to be great."
I've heard they're serving only the finest cheese. Sparky snaps into a completely different persona.
Fantastic. Yeah, she seems to be lingering. Kind of clear that she's not going to move on until you do.
So Sparky looks to the rest of the party and says, "Oh, how callous of me. Let me introduce my friends." And points over to Seattle.
I thought Seattle was on the show.
Or, sorry, not Seattle.
Seattle's not there.
Who is with me? It's Jack and Annie and Seth?
I think it's just Annie and Seth.
Annie and Seth. Right, right. Damn, we are slim pickings over here. All right, would point over to Annie first.
Okay.
And allow Annie to introduce herself.
Trying to think of a really good fake name.
I'm definitely not using this time to buy time to make a fake name for myself.
Jay, why did you pass it to me?
Hey, we didn't use the one on Wednesday. You could go with Persephone. And Persephone
Ooh.
last name.
Persephone last name.
It's Persephone last name.
There you go.
Excellent. Annie, so Annie kind of has this, she puts on this air where like her back is super straight, like she's giving off the most elegant energy that she possibly can. She kind of like reaches out a hand, not for like a proper handshake, but just kind of like the like grab each other's hands kind of thing. And she doesn't offer a last name because we're not going to get that detailed. She knows better. But she's like, "Yes, hello, very nice to meet you. My name is Persephone."
Dang, okay. So Seth does something. As you go to reach for the person's hand, he does step forward a little bit. It doesn't stop you from doing anything, but it's just like sort of a "I'm here, don't try anything" sort of body language.
In the same kind of character, Annie shoots him a look, as if to say like, "Back off. We're introducing ourselves to guests. Can you please behave yourself?" kind of way.
Yeah. He takes like a half step back, but still very much like making sure that the others know that he's there.
Yeah.
The lady-
Annie turns her smile back to their guest.
Yeah, so the lady, does the hand hold, not really shake, but just like the sort of
A little squeeze.
yeah, does that back, and she says, "Oh, hi, I'm Felicia, and this is Dave. It's very nice to meet you. No worries, Dave's had his share of secret projects. We've had to deal with security before. We won't even notice that he's there." And with that, Seth steps forward and goes, "Yeah, hi, I'm Steve, security. So, just want to make sure everybody stays safe tonight. Don't eat anything that looks weird. If you see anything suspicious, let me know." Complete with deep voice and everything.
So Annie does that thing, when children misbehave in public and their moms put on this sweet voice, but
Yeah.
the sweet voice underlying says, "I'm gonna beat your ass when we get the fuck home."
Yep.
Annie puts one of those on where she's still looking at Felicia and smiling, but it's almost like she talks through her teeth, and she's like, "Steven, darling, that's enough."
And yeah, he takes the full steps back and goes, "Whatever you say, ma'am." And then acts like he's talking into his sleeve. like he's got a microphone, like he's Secret Service or something.
My God, is he just talking? Is he just talking to Seattle back on the ship?
Pretty
We
much.
count those fucking mics.
Yep. It's pretty
Gonna
much
say this in the end.
pretty much the conversation is like, hey, I'm talking in my sleeve to make it look like I'm talking to other agents, so just hi, things are going well.
I can see Seattle's face. He's just kind of like,
And then as that's going on, Sparky will continue on, and I am Cherise Derain. Pleasure. And Sparky kind of gives Dave the side eye of like, "There's what's going on with you?" Because she mentioned secret projects and security, and those are good keywords for Sparky.
Okay. So Felicia does the same thing that she did with Annie. Just the gentle like hand squeeze, not really a shake. But Dave does offer his hand, and you can tell like he's probably got a good grip on him. This might hurt a little bit, so it's up to you if you want to take his hand or not.
I would take his hand, yeah. And while I'm doing that, because he may be focused on the handshake, I'm going to size him up and see if he's packing something. If he, like me, is covered in, regalia.
I'm sorry. What just popped in my head is like, is he packing something? And just hearing Vanessa in my head going, "Yeah, he is."
You know your job is thoroughly done when your friends start hearing your voice answering things in their heads.
Yep. Let's see. Let's go with
Also, I approve.
Thanks. Let's go with sight probably, or I could see gut feeling for this as well.
I'll go gut feeling. It's a little higher. Could I add my assassin training into that?
Absolutely.
Cool.
Because you are essentially assessing a threat.
31 in that case.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's not carrying any kind of weapon that you can see. He does look quite fit, and from his grip and everything, because you have had assassin's training, you can tell that he does know some sort of martial arts. That he's probably could kick the average person's butt in a heartbeat. But the average person would not pick that up. So it's just because of that training that you're able to tell that. But you're, I'd say, about 95% sure that he's not carrying any kind of weapon.
Okay. Yeah, as we're shaking hands, Sparky would kind of be like, "So what kind of projects are you interested in, Dave?" Like, clearly ignoring Felicia at this point.
Who is as soon as you start mentioning projects, promptly ignores you in return and focuses all of her attention on Annie.
Could you possibly look at her and say, "Bye, Felicia"?
Why do you think I named her Felicia?
I feel like I've missed a joke here, but I'll see it coming.
So yeah, Dave sort of clears his throat and is like, yeah, I work on a lot of different projects in security and information technology, mostly cybersecurity, that sort of thing, and rambles on about corporation names that probably don't care about, but a person like Dave would. You can tell he's name dropping. He mentions a couple of like low-level things, like network security type jobs that he's worked on, and then says, I'm currently working on a job for some corporation, and he says, but I can't really talk about it.
What's the corporation named, Raven? AskCo. Okay. Definitely, I'm gonna say that perfectly every time and not mess that up.
Yep.
Just on a
AskCo.
little aside, is any of this cybersecurity talk, does it tickle any of Annie's muscle memory?
Yeah, roll education. Let's see what you can tell. about what
Oh,
they're
come
talking
on, Annie. We're using Mira's dice today. Don't fail me now.
about.
Education?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got. That's a 21.
Nice. Yeah, so most of what he's saying you pick up on. You're like, okay, yeah, that seems legit, But you can tell he's obviously embellishing things, because some of the stuff he's saying is absolute nonsense. So it sounds really good if you don't know what you're talking about. But you can tell some of what he's saying is
Sparky's
nonsense.
being flirted with.
Yeah, and it's you get the impression that he frequently has to make himself seem more important than he actually is.
If Sparky's being flirted with, they don't know. They're like, but why do you know martial arts? What? There's something else I'm missing here. Like, why are you here?
So as Dave speaks, Annie tries to figure out. So if she's aware of the fact that he's embellishing and making it sound more important than it is, she waits for the moment in his demeanor where it looks like he's the most like puffed up and proud, and she kind of she doesn't know if he's going to look in her direction, but she does it just in case. She kind of gives him a once over, those looks where it's like people kind of look you up and down and you just know that they're judging you. It's like disdainful. And she does one of those, but she tries to hide it in like this flimsy mask of being polite, where if he looks at her, she might give off the air of like, oh, I know you're not as hot shit as you think you are.
Okay. It's sort of like some intricate body language and things there. So let's go with a charm or daunt, depending on which one you want to do.
I'm going to take my charm because I have a plus 18 in that.
Okay.
And I can re-roll it if it's bad.
We chose the right people for this job.
Yes.
Okay, so my initial roll is a 25. Is that any good to me, or can I re-roll it if it doesn't pass?
No, 25 is plenty.
Okay.
You convey the message across that you're trying to convey, and you do so non-verbally. Just if you'd rolled really poorly, it would have been like very obvious that you were being judgmental.
Well, that's the thing. She kind of wants it to seem, so it's kind of like one of those layered things. She wants to seem like she's not being judgmental, but the way she does it is that like she intentionally does that a little bit poorly, if that makes sense. So if he were to see her judging, then he would still know that she's judging because she's the kind of cover over that she's put there is intentionally flimsy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You execute the cutting wit with the finesse of a scalpel versus a low roll, which would have been like a bastard sword.
Okay, sounds good.
to put an analogy on it. Yeah, he's a little uncomfortable now. He obviously has a very fragile ego, and you've poked it a bit. But after they get done talking, they're not so much like pushing you towards the entrance, but they are kind of escorting you in a very passive way. And I think right there we're going to hop back to the kitchen crew. So, where do you go? You've got the big... excuse me. You've got the big double swinging kitchen doors in front of you. Who can remember what the directions were?
Yeah, right. I mean, Android probably will.
I did.
Player? No, player does not remember.
Player, no. Android would, but Android would head to where she needs to be to set up the cheese.
Okay.
Because she doesn't want to be pushing around a cryopod on her own, which nobody seems to have an issue with this very petite woman just pushing around a whole ass cryopod on her own. But she
I mean,
is
Daisy
gonna
is helping.
maybe if only to like make it look like she needs help.
Yeah, Daisy's like, I'm assuming the captain's like at the back pushing. Daisy's, if that's the case, Daisy's in the front. Not so much pulling as just making sure it goes in the direction that you want it to go.
Stabilizing and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the directions that you definitely gave us, and set up.
On the way, do any of you try to look around? Do you poke your head into any other rooms or anything like that, or do you just go straight to where you were told to go to?
Jack will casually like look into rooms and slip into a couple if that is possible, while Daisy and Android are pushing the cheese cart.
Okay. Daisy's gonna go wherever Captain goes. So, do you let them get ahead of you while you do this, or do you
yes.
say hold on?
Let them get ahead of me.
Okay. Then yeah, Captain, you
Probably
may
a bad
notice
idea, but, you know.
after a bit that that Jack doesn't seem to be with you. And Riley, let me have you roll blend in to see if you can slip around without looking suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
Don't
suspicious.
be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
That's a 25.
Yeah, you do a decent job. You with a 25, you do notice there's like security cameras and things like that, and you're pretty sure that you're on them. But you do a good enough job of looking just lost, that you don't really, set off any alarms or raise any suspicion. As you poke around, you can see that there's some offices in here. As I said before, this is all part of the main estate, so the center section. So the primary residence is here, and probably also a lot of work gets done here also. You can't tell whose offices these are, but you're poking around lets you know that it's something to do with the person that lives here.
Okay.
But you don't notice anything like overtly suspicious or necessarily all that eye-catching. Though you could do a more intense search to try to find things, but the cameras are there, so you'd have to do something about that.
Okay. Jackie's actually going to make a bigger deal about being lost to the point that somebody would want to come and check on them if they saw them through the cameras.
Okay. Let's go with a charm roll for this.
Okay. That is a 20. A dirty 20.
20, okay. Yeah, describe for us how you are making it look like you're lost.
So I'm going through like each door and then coming back and going into the door across the hall, then coming back out and going back to the door that I was just in, and then like just like occasionally we'll just like stop and stare at a wall and then like turn around and then go back into the room I just came out of.
Okay. Yeah, after a couple minutes, there's a couple of security guards that come in from the hallway and stop you. They sort of hold out their hand. They don't actually like touch you or anything. They hold out their hand like, pardon me, do you need some help? Do we need to take you to the doctor's office? You seem a little confused.
Oh my.
Everything okay?
Yes, thank you so much. Well, I did forget to take my medication this morning, so I do need a drink. A drink would be nice so that I can take that. But also, more importantly, I'm actually with the caterers, so maybe I shouldn't be asking you for a drink. That seems a little bit improper of me. So if you could just, like, do you have a map possibly that I could use? Because I'd hate to be troubling you all night, because I am very forgetful, as you may have seen. How did you know that I was not doing super well?
Wow. So they just sort of take all that in for a second. The main guy blinks a couple times and goes, "Oh, okay. We saw you on the cameras wandering around, and you didn't look suspicious or anything. You just looked very lost and confused, so we were worried. If you'd like, we can. That's no problem. We can take you by the security office. We'll get you a soda. You can take your medicine." And I'm sure we can make sure you get to the right spot from there. Do you have a supervisor or somebody that we should call?
Thank you. I do have a supervisor. Very, very, very petite woman. I think dressed like me.
Uh-huh.
Relatively.
Does this lady have a name?
Well, I didn't ever think to ask for it. I always just called her my boss. She's a caterer.
Okay. They sort of just kind of like put a hand on your back, like by your shoulder, a little pat, and like, "Oh, okay. Well, we'll get you to the security office. We'll get this sorted out. Maybe after you take your medication, it'll come to you."
Oh, thank you. Such kind people. And so then Jack kind of like turns and like goes to walk right back into the room that they just came out of again.
They go, okay. And both of them put a hand on your back a little bit more firmly now and are leading you to the security office. And when I say lead, more like herding you to the security office. Meanwhile, Captain, you and Daisy probably noticed that the doctor's no longer with you.
I'm just going to hope that they know what they're doing.
God, I'm sorry. I just looked over at Zoom chat and saw I've always just called her mom. God. Okay. Daisy does bring it up though. Once she notices, she's like, "Wait, weren't there three of us? Where's the doctor?"
I believe they wandered off. If you wish to send them a communication, you can. My hands are full.
Yeah, Daisy gets her little smartwatch and types a thing in there, and it's just a frog emoji. WTF question mark to the doctor.
So, the doctor actually, while they're being herded by these security guards, is actually like tapping their thumb, like doing Morse code to be like, "I'm going to security office. Everything's fine."
Let's see if Daisy's smart enough to know what that is. She
Yeah, are you
knows that
sending
you're
that? Let's go ahead.
Good point. But yeah, Daisy knows that it's Morse code, but doesn't know what it says. And yeah, to echo Jay's question, was that to Daisy specifically or to everyone?
Could she send
everyone.
The
Would
worst
Captain
part
know what
about it
says?
is that's how Seattle would be communicating with y'all.
True.
Well, because I did make an amendment that I think Seattle can like either. Oh, how did we do it? We had it something where it would read it out to us on our end.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, he has it as sign. It's an act. He's got.
Oh,
more
right. It's like,
communicate.
yeah, it's kinetic.
Yeah, so he can.
That's
yeah, it's
right.
connected for him.
Would the captain know what it says?
Yeah, I think Captain would.
So she would just tell Daisy, they are going to the security office. They say everything is fine.
I should actually probably roll to see if like Jack actually does the Morse code correctly. If Daisy had to roll to see if she got it. So would that just be education?
Yeah, you can. I'm happy to give it to you. It's already been established that the doctor knows some things about cryptography. I think is
Okay.
the right word.
That's right, Ron, yeah.
Yep.
I'm totally
Then I
fine
will
letting you
take
have
it.
that one.
I will take it then.
Darn, could have sent Captain a hilarious message and made it sound like she was like having a stroke or something.
My soup bone's too loud. What does that even mean?
Better go get that checked out.
Captain would just be like, is this a human expression?
Yeah. So yeah, Daisy just sort of shrugs it off. It's like, all right. I mean, going to security already sounds like it's not going well, but
Perhaps it is part of a plan. Jack is smart.
yeah. All right. So you get the cheese set up, and that goes swimmingly. There's no complications. You're in the main banquet hall, which is essentially where the party is happening. The party's spread out a little bit, so there will be clusters of people elsewhere. But all of the food, the main attractions, the dancing, all of that's happening right in this room where you're at. And with that, we're going to hop back over to Dave and Felicia as they are slowly herding you
us.
towards the main entrance. Yeah.
So what does the security scanner look like?
Have you seen Shindig, the episode of Firefly?
Yes.
Kind of like that.
Okay.
There's just like two tall pillars on either side of the entrance that reach up to the ceiling, and you can see a little shimmer as people walk through it, as it's obviously scanning them.
Does the scanner display what it's seeing, or does it just indicate that it's detecting something?
So far, it's only displaying that it's scanning, and it hasn't detected anything that you can see from here. So it's unclear on what it would do if it found something.
Sparky's going to ask Dave, since they're so kindly escorting us. Dave, dearest, what kind of scanner is this? I've only ever seen simple designs, but this looks far beyond what I'm familiar with.
Yeah, Dave sort of clears his throat. Oh, but yeah, this is and starts like mansplaining everything about how these security things work. It's super boring and dry and long-winded, and you're like halfway up to the thing by the time he gets to the point that you're trying to get out of him. But he does eventually get around to explaining that they scan for something, and if they find something, it will be highlighted, the doors in front of the person. So the doors just beyond the scanning field will automatically close, and an alarm sounds. Like, you know, sometimes it picks up things that aren't actually weapons. You know, better, a little bit paranoid than sorry. You know, and it's just a pat down, and then you know, if they don't find anything, then you can usually go through. But that's basically how they work.
Dave is
Fascinating.
absolutely 100% the type of man that you could manipulate so easily
He
by
is a
getting him
tool.
to mansplain things, and I love that.
Dave is our exposition machine.
I have
There you go.
done what Sparky's doing before, and it's useful.
It really
Yeah.
is.
It is. I've also used it.
We're all a bunch of bimbos. It's fine.
I won't say
The,
no.
the swimming pool that is Dave is 3 feet straight across. No deep end. It's all shallow.
Thank you, Dave, for being you.
He's
I mean,
not-
I think
not
you're giving him too much.
consistent.
I think you're giving him too much credit. I think it's more like a splash pad.
Yeah.
I was about to say maybe a puddle.
Oh,
It's
he
a
might-
kiddie pool.
Yeah.
Dave is one of those inflatable kiddie pools that have like the 2-foot slide
Worse.
and like the sprinkler in the middle.
It's so much worse. Dave is a slip and slide.
Oh, absolutely.
Dave is not a slip and slide. He doesn't get laid that often.
Yeah. Not even
Ah,
a good
I
slip
mean-
and slide, like one of the tarp ones that just burns your nipples off.
He's made of
Yes,
crazy
yes. When
carpets.
somebody just puts down like one of those paint sheets and
Oh,
puts soap on it.
no. Memories I didn't want to think about.
I've almost broken bones on a couple of those before.
yeah, I've gotten
How
rashes.
have we strayed so far from the point?
Like every
have you met
episode.
us?
Because we are
Um,
inherently as people.
So now that he's done mansplaining the entire thing,
Yeah.
can I, given the things I've like read up about and the things I kind of sort of remember, do I think there's a way to circumvent this, or am I going to have to just not go through it?
There absolutely could be circumvented, none of which you have time to prepare for.
Okay. Sparky is going to send a. I'm trying to think how we could do like coded messages because I don't think Sparky knows Morse code.
You
But Sparky
could've-
would.
Would you have thought to make your own hands do the same thing that Seattle's do?
That's not a bad idea, actually. But regardless, Sparky's going to try to send a like subtle message to Jack to, if they can, disable the security scanner at the front door.
Quick reminder, also, I'm not saying that this is the solution, just that, remember, because it's been a week, you all had a ton of equipment. Do make sure that you remember what you brought with you.
Oh,
as
I
some of
do.
That might be helpful over the course of the whole heist.
Just out of character, can we refresh on that? Because I don't remember what anybody else has. I'm pretty sure Annie has daggers on her thigh.
Yep.
I don't think she brought anything else heavy duty with her, aside from like
Then you're
rings
with
and
just the right person. Let me list them off for you. 3 smoke grenades, 3 flash grenades, 5 pounds of Semtex explosives, a small scale EMP device, a holdout pistol, and a trank gun with 10 darts.
Okay, so
So
How
I'm gonna
good
light
is-
up like a Dutch brothel.
okay, but hold on now. Raven, does the machine specifically single out people? So say for example, if Annie, Sparky, and Seth all walked through at the same time, would it highlight a specific person as flagged, or would it just flag?
No, it highlights the weapon on the person.
God damn it.
It's as Dave was thoroughly explaining, it basically scans for profiles of weapons, and because it's like one of those airport
I was just gonna
scanners
say,
where,
yeah.
so it can basically see down to the what's the word for it? Not the top layer of skin. It can see just under the top layer of skin. There's a word for that I'm blanking on at the moment.
Dermis? Dermal?
Yeah.
Subdermal?
Epidermis?
Subdermal. There you go.
No, it's the subdermal is below all layers of skin. You're thinking the epidermis, which is the outer layer of skin. Dermis refers to the entirety of your skin.
Subcutaneous.
Mm.
Down to the subcutaneous layer. We're gonna go with that.
That's good because that's a fatty layer right underneath your skin.
Yeah, it scans down to that. If it's below that, it doesn't scan it. So I guess you could technically hide a weapon, like, alongside
Up
your
your-
bone, but
Up your butt.
So,
No, no,
Sparky, how do you feel about
I can get
carrying
that.
your weapons in your stomach? Eat them very quickly.
I mean, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, sorry, I've got pica, I've got grenades. So, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. We're only like 5 minutes into the heist.
I say we pack it up and go home. Nobody needs a skin lamp.
But we do need money. Yeah, Sparky would send the message out to Jack. Like, if you can disable the security scanner, even just for a few moments, or give a false positive or something like that, that would be great. Because otherwise, we're going to have to go loud real quick.
Also, are you sending that just to Jackie?
I would send
or
it to everyone, but I would specifically, mention the name.
Okay.
Can we literally take a stressful situation one step at a time and not immediately go, it's about to get loud and bangy?
Have you met Sparky? Every situation is one step away from loud and bangy.
Oh boy, oh boy.
I
So
know.
wait,
There are
we
3
need.
crits left, and I have not made a bomb yet. We're still doing okay.
I mean,
Yes.
they've got a point.
Yes.
There's so many things. I'm just like, well, you could try. I'm like, nope, nope.
Yeah,
They gotta figure this out on their own.
we do.
But do we really, Raven? Do we really?
Yeah.
You
Okay, I have
could
an idea,
just
but
help.
it's super dumb.
Where do
You know
think
what?
we
That
are?
might work though. Go ahead.
Tell us, Captain.
So Captain is an android and of course can do various things with her voice. What if she just made a loud noise that no one expected a human to make? Like, say, a truck horn.
But no, the thing is, we can still pull this off with how bad the ship and the cryopod look. We are the lowest bidder cheese caterer.
Yep. That's pretty much what everyone's assumed. It's just like, wow, they are so cheap.
I'm still
You know,
Android
Raven-
making a truck noise.
It's like those TikToks where they put the truck noise where it
Yep.
doesn't belong. Those are my favorite.
You know, Raven,
Grease bread is a truck. Honk.
now that we're back to Animus and doing this, I realize that I really truly have it good with Exodus. If I was in your spot with this crew and this narrative, I think I would cease to exist. So thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you.
Nessa, I am a damn treat and a joy to play with. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Absolutely.
absolutely. But I don't think
But-
as a baby GM, I would be able to handle it.
If you want to see me on low chaos mode, come watch me on Wednesday night when I'm in Lancer.
Yeah. But this is why on Wednesday I was like, so how are we doing on a scale of like 1 to 10 Animus crews?
And I was like, a solid 8.5. I take it back. It's more like a 4.5.
Oh my god. So,
All right. So
how the fuck do we get through this?
we're gonna go to
I've offered a solution.
we're gonna go to Jackie first, because that was the last in character action, was sending a message to them. So, Jack, what do you want to do with this information? You're in the security office. They've sat you down with like a Sprite and a little like, small Dixie paper cup type deal. And they've handed you a clipboard with a lot of paperwork. But
A lot of
they
paperwork?
basically- Yeah, like name, contact information, emergency contact, sort of thing. But they've left you alone with that.
Okay, so they're not in the room with me.
Not really. Like they're not far.
This
They're
is-
like just around the corner, but
That's way too. What am
just
I?
don't know
What is this? A
Are you
trap?
gonna stop? Just stop and take the gift and go with it. Just don't fuck it up.
Welcome to
Yo,
being on the crew.
Go!
You're in like a waiting room. Like they didn't sit you in front of the, all the cameras and the controls to the security for the thing and leave you alone. You're in a waiting room and they're around
Okay,
the corner.
So where is the thing relative to me?
Don't really know. You'd have to find it. But I mean,
Okay.
you did pass a front desk where they clearly had some monitors. That might have something to do with it, but you don't know for sure.
So, okay. Couple of things are going to happen. I need to do
no.
a couple of rolls.
Oh no.
Actually, let's leave that for a minute. Okay. No, it has to happen right now. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm rolling to make a like a very powerful sleeping drug, which I would have made beforehand and brought with me.
Okay.
That, like, when placed in a drink, would not discolor it or anything like that. Used purely for heists and nothing else nefarious. The most nefarious it would be used for is for the heist, to steal this
Okay.
flesh.
So you're
lamp.
making a heist roofie, is what you're doing.
A
I
hoofy.
think
if
the
you
kids
will.
call it a hoofy. Yeah.
Goofy.
I love it.
So that's a. Let's see.
Just when I think I know what the crew's gonna do.
That's a 25.
Yeah. Quick flashback to the doctor on the ship in the infirmary, mixing this up, going like, "Yes, I will make the perfect hoofy for this job." And yes, you accomplish that. You have it on your person. It looks like medicine, so nobody questions that you have it.
Okay.
I'm going to be having a serious discussion someday about the dangers of those kinds of drugs, and I'm going to call it a hoofy. And the person's going to look at me like, how dare you? How dare you make those words with your mouth? Like,
So just. Jackie has that on hand.
Yeah. You've got enough
okay,
for, let's
so-
say, two drinks. So two
Okay.
uses. Or one use on a very large person.
Can I rewind and change what the drug does? I just want it to be like a laxative that you cannot see.
No, but I will let you just have a laxative. That's not something you'd really have to make.
Okay.
So you also have Super X-Lax.
Okay.
New fast-acting formula.
Okay. Anyways, so Jackie's sitting there and just humming and hawing, like very distressed, and starts searching through their pockets. Ah! I don't have it. Ugh! I don't have my medicine, and I don't know what any of these things are. I think my name is Penelope. No. Peter. No. Percival? Persimmon.
Patricia!
Camera pans back to the front desk around the corner. There's two of the security guards. One of them quickly puts the finger to the tip of their nose. The other one tries to get it up there in time. Goes, damn it! Fine, I'll deal with it. And sort of slowly pokes his head around the corner. Hi there. Everything okay? Did you remember who we need to call?
Confused. But so Jackie will just look and like put on a show of like they're trying to cover up that they're distraught and say, I think I would recognize them if I saw them. is there anywhere I could go where I could see, perhaps, see if I can recognize anybody in the crowd?
Sure. Said you were with the catering staff. We could take you to the kitchen or to the banquet hall. Let's maybe try the kitchen first.
Right. So at this point, Jack will take a big swig of their drink, which they had happened to put the laxative in.
Okay.
This is
And
not the
there's
direction that I thought this was gonna go.
Me
Not gonna
neither.
lie to you.
Let's do a physical fortitude roll.
Oh, that's a 5.
You've got about 10 seconds before you're going to be hoping that you're wearing brown pants.
Okay, so I imagine there would be a big, like, all of a sudden this big gurgle, like you see in the movies where, like, you could tell,
Oh, yeah.
like, the laxative setting in. And then, like, just this look of horror on Jackie's face, which they do not have to really act out
Nope.
that look of horror.
This is going to be painful.
And they, like, just bolt into a random room that is connected to the lobby.
All right.
Could I ask if I could get, like, maybe roll to see if I get lucky and it's the camera room or the security bot room?
Yeah, no, it's going to be random. I'm just trying to think of what all the rooms are in there. So there's at least one interrogation room. There's a holding cell. There's the camera room, and probably a break room. That's
Okay.
probably about all there would be, like, right here. So that's us 4. So pick a number between 1 and 4,
Oh.
including 1 and 4.
3.
3. Okay. So, 1 is break room. 2 is holding cell. 3 is camera room.
Yes. Okay.
4 is interrogation room. I'm pretty sure I just misspelled that. I don't care. There's that. I'm gonna roll a d4. Holy crap!
Was it a
Literally,
3?
holy crap!
Yes!
You picked
Oh
the camera
my
room.
god.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
There is no skin on our teeth. How are we doing this?
We are the protagonists.
Plot armor. Yeah, you make it into the camera room and shut the door. Right as another, floodgate opens up, and you're gonna need new pants for sure.
Can I argue that I managed to get my pants off in time?
Roll nimbleness. Never thought I'd have to say a roll nimbleness to see if you get your pants off fast enough.
Oh, that's a 6. Dang it.
Nope.
This is
It's
the
everywhere.
weirdest. This is the weirdest game I've ever experienced in my life.
Which is saying something
What?
because it's episode 20.
Right?
What is happening?
I don't know.
All I can hope is that
I have no idea. I am
anger.
What do you think?
So sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, don't
No,
you
it's-
dare apologize.
You're
No
not getting in the
apologies
shuttle
needed.
like that. Annie will leave you.
Is there something I can roll to see if, like, in the midst of all this, like, if I can quickly, like, get a good look around the room before the security guard follows me in?
No, they don't follow you in. There's noises and smells that come from the room, where they don't follow you in. You hear them through the door saying something about calling in the janitorial staff, and you hear footsteps going away from the room.
Oh,
So I have a
yay!
question.
Mm-hmm. This is better
Uh,
than expected.
I have a question that I never thought that I'd ever have.
I really hope it's the same question that's on my mind.
What if you just shit in the machinery?
I was about to say, just shit on the machines. It'll break them. Your
Jay,
shit.
was that your question?
Okay, your
I mean,
shit
that was
plus,
the idea.
plus laxatives, which will cause bile and acid to come out faster, both of which are highly damaging to computer things and electronic things. Please do not know how I know these things. I have Crohn's disease.
Poor security guards are gonna come into the camera room and be shit in their machines.
So,
What the fuck is happening? What?
it's a really crappy situation.
At this point, it's what the hap is fucking. I mean,
yeah.
Can I? So, would
This
there
is
be
a
another
really
round
shitty party.
coming soon?
Okay, so you
What is
see
it?
the
A
bank
new
of,
movie hitting a theater?
You see the bank of monitors. You see the controls. Roll sight to see if you can tell what's what.
You don't need to know what's what. Just shit everywhere.
Please stop my
Could I also argue either tech or mechanical engineering?
Sure.
Please stop, I need to breathe.
Okay, that's a 9.
Roll tech engineering to know what machinery to shit in.
tech engineering for my butthole.
That's a 9, so I didn't do super well.
You don't know what button does what. You just see a whole bunch of buttons. Some of
But do I
some of
know
them
what
obviously
machine it would be?
No. There's just a whole bank of consoles. You know one of them controls the security scanner and one of them controls the cameras and
You're full of
others
poop,
control
start
other
shitting.
things. You don't know
Okay.
what does what.
I'm pretty sure you're not in limited supply of shit. Just shit everywhere.
I was gonna ask if I had a limited supply. Like, should I roll for that?
I mean, if your goal is
You
to short
do,
circuit,
but it is way more than you expect it to be.
It always is.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm not going to give you a amount of charges of
A shit
projectile
meter.
diarrhea. Yeah, that's not a mechanic we're coming up with. It's just
You
not.
have 3 uses left on your absolute ass rocket.
You know, I think after this, people might actually find the corpse cannon funny in character.
Probably. Okay. So,
It definitely is more what the fuck than the corpse cannon.
Doctor,
You okay,
someone
Jay?
telling all of us that we need therapy, and
It just hurts.
so actually,
Listen, you make do with
The
what you
doctor
have,
doesn't
and what you have
specialize in
is
therapy.
shit.
it's true. How do I do this the least suspicious way? Here you go.
So are you going to attempt to short circuit the consoles?
With my shit, yes.
Okay.
Can you imagine if Jackie accidentally went into the fucking interrogation room and just let it rip?
This isn't fucking Beyblade.
Could be, I don't know.
I don't even know what to roll for this, so I'm just gonna say whatever happens, it's eventually effective. Sparky and
You are getting hosed before you get on the ship.
it's an unspeakable situation in that room. Sparky and Annie, you can see the security staff outside the door, getting very anxious and trying to check things, and you can tell that the security scanner has gone off. And Dave is looking around, acting like he's gonna do something. He's very clearly not, but he's acting like, I'm not gonna do something, but I could do something. Oh God, Rowan, you just missed it. literally holy shit.
No. Also, I imagine that it's like this scene from Daddy Daycare where the child is like, "No, I can go to the bathroom myself," and then Eddie Murphy opens the door, and it's just like a look of horror.
Yes.
God, I'm gonna get the GIF. Oh my god.
Yes. And he like looks at the ceiling.
So, real quick recap. Rowan, Riley's character drank a bunch of super laxative, had failed fortitude check, had about 10 seconds before it was coming out, and in a 1 in 4 chance, through random roll, actually picked the right door into the control center, and just shit everywhere. And short-circuit out the security system by crapping on it. We don't know why.
So what we see is the security staff looking confused, right? Like they look like something's gone wrong and they don't know what to do about it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
So Sparky's gonna look at Dave and go, "Well, Dave, surely you could help these fine gentlemen. You seem like a learned individual in these matters. I would love to see you at work."
So Dave buffs his chest out a little bit and goes, "Yeah, I'll see if I can help them fix this. We'll find out what's going on here." And then Felicia, of course, is doing the whole like, "Oh gosh, I hope everything's okay. What could it be?"
And while that's going on, Sparky's gonna give Annie a look of like, "What the fuck just happened?"
Annie just shrugs.
Sparky's gonna play it cool and just like make to move through the security scanner if that's what Annie's cool
He's
with
going to
doing.
eventually learn never to ask us for distractions.
Clearly fucking not.
Yeah, seriously. At this point, it's on you.
I'm glad it's not. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. There's confusion. They don't seem to be watching the door all that carefully.
cool.
And they're trying to figure out what to do in the meantime.
Yep, Sparky's gonna make it just real casual, just walk through like nothing's the matter, kind of give like a shrug, but clearly I have better things to do than stand around until your machine's done.
Okay. Felicia actually does this with you. Do a blend in roll, but instead of trying to, look stealthy, you're trying to look like, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So
Could I use my assassin training on that?
sure.
Okay, that's really good.
Oh God.
I know. 28.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody's sufficiently distracted. You hear that one half of a conversation of like, "There's what in the security room?"
Oh God.
We gotta go brown.
Yeah. And yes, everybody is able to regroup in the banquet hall. Sans the doctor.
We were going to need to.
Yeah. And I think that's where we're gonna take a break. Because I need a drink and to catch my breath. So we're gonna take a break, about 10 minutes. And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. And Rowan, to answer your question, I decided on an oatmeal cream pie. So yes, I wandered into the pantry and then went downstairs and grabbed an oatmeal cream pie. So you're all back together in the banquet hall, and we'll get back to the doctor in a minute. What's your reactions as you all come back together?
Confusion. Surprise.
Android is silently
Seattle at this point
wondering-
is signing. What is going on? Into the comms.
The android is silently wondering if the same thing would happen to her, and is worried.
It'd be more like an oil slick, I think.
No, I mean, if somebody did that to her.
She's terrified of getting shadowed.
Oh.
Oh
Doesn't
no!
We have created a new fear.
So
And
she's
yet-
experiencing her first bout of anxiety.
I have to make a meme for this, and I know exactly what
have
meme
not
it's going to
said-
be.
Jack has not yet
Please
said
do.
how this was accomplished, or even what was accomplished, because Jack is very busy at the moment. So Android does not need to experience any fear at the moment.
I'm so glad.
So Sparky's gonna message back to Seattle. Don't know what happened, but we're in.
Okay.
Sends back a frog emoji and a thumbs up emoji. How he sent emojis via sign? You're not sure.
So Sparky's gonna side eye Android and Daisy, and just be like, "Well, we're in. What's the plan?"
Are you able to locate the skin lamp?
We had a scan of the compound, right?
Yeah. You are adjacent to the museum area of the estate where all the fancy stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
And you know where in the museum the flesh lamp is.
Now, is the museum attached, or is it separate?
It is separate. There is a breezeway that connects the two, though.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's in the museum. Last I remember reading, I mean, that's where I would think it would be put, which is connected, but like, unless all the guests go there, I don't know that it's going to be easy to get in and get out.
Are guests able? I'm Raven. Are guests? Is the museum open to guests right now?
It is, actually.
Okay.
That's part of the party is the owner of this whole place is showing off his latest piece in his collection. It's not the lamp. The lamp was here months ago.
What is the latest piece?
It's a big canvas, like mural size painting. And it's titled Ode to Brown.
Maybe
I'm so mad right now.
It's literally the artist, and it's just making this painting extra special by doing a custom one.
This isn't a surprise residency.
They're like
That's a piece.
Banksy, but with poop.
The meme is in the Discord.
I saw, it's amazing. So yes, you are allowed into part of the museum. It's just inside the entrance. The piece that you want is in the second floor, which guests are not allowed to go into, per se. But you are able to get into the museum itself.
Where's Dave in all this? Is Dave still back at the checkpoint? Because Dave is kind of the tool I would like to use to get the flesh lamp.
Is Dave our new
Dave is definitely...
crewmate?
No. Dave is the fall guy.
Dave is the imposter. Dave do be kind of sus though.
It was a little too much about the security system, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you glance back and you can see him talking to the security people there. And as he walks back to the group to meet up with Felicia again, he's definitely playing it off as like, well, you know, I gave him some pointers and that sort of thing. But from your vantage point, because you saw him right before he turned around, they definitely told him to just, like, get the fuck out.
Are you mansplaining my own security console to me?
Yep.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. So I'll give him a very subtle, like clearly, like, deferring to him is like, oh, he's clearly fixed it. That kind of look. And then start making my way over to the museum.
Okay. Do you ask Dave and Felicia to come with you?
If they're within earshot, or if they're like within sight kind of thing, I would probably like go over and just, you know, chat them up about the museum and why we're all here. Obviously, it's to see the newest piece.
I honestly expected Sparky to come up and like scoop both of their arms up in theirs and like just carry them off.
Sparky's like 5'6".
Yeah, but Sparky's got like big lesbian energy right now. Like, holy hell.
Gotta
that's
ask
true.
first. You gotta ask first.
Android would just be offering them a tray of cheese.
Can I offer you some cheese in these trying times?
But except she's not good at that kind of serving, so she's just holding the tray and staring at them.
Daisy jumps in to help a little bit. It's like, would you like some cheese? And she like points to the tray. And Felicia, of course, turns around and looks at the tray and at the captain, and then at Daisy. She's like, "Oh no, I'm watching my figure, so I'm trying to stay away from, you know, really fatty foods."
Annie starts shoveling the cheese. Okay, not shoveling, but she like looks pointedly at Felicia right in the eyes as she like starts putting cheese in her mouth.
Just like dead-eyed stare, like.
Yeah. With like a pleasant little smile on her face.
So she's like, "Yeah, I'm trying to watch my figure," and she notices that smile and looks back at you, Annie, and goes, "But you enjoy it." And then as Sparky starts talking about the museum, she's like, "Oh yeah, that's why we're here. We've got to see the new painting. It's definitely a bold direction for this artist. It's much different than his last piece, Ode to Yellow. You're welcome. But yeah, we should go check that out." And she starts moving towards the entrance into the museum.
Yeah, if she is or isn't on the arm of Dave, then Sparky's going to go on the opposite arm and offer theirs to Dave. Just trying to sow a little discourse in this little happy little relationship.
Sparky, who are you? I love it.
So it's a good plan. She is on his left arm, so you're able to get on his right arm. Unfortunately, you're trying to sow discord, and Felicia seems to be into it. So She gives you a wink and goes, "Yeah, let's go."
Y'all think this is a problem, but it's double the students for the same price.
Yeah, you make your way over to the museum entrance. Is Annie going with?
I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, you guys, honestly.
Just roll with it. She's just like, that's all I'm doing. I'm just rolling with it and hoping we come out alive.
That's worked for you
You know
so
what?
far.
Fuck it. We're going to the museum. Come along, Steven.
So Seth clears his throat. It's Steve, ma'am. And are we allowed to take cheese in there? He says real hushed.
We're a fucking cheese addict crew. What is wrong with us?
Annie, in like the lowest voice she
Vive
can
la
manage.
cheese!
Yeah. Annie lowers her voice as much as possible and she's like, just take a few pieces and let's go.
You have pockets, don't you?
Right. He just like grabs a handful of like the harder cheeses, so like probably like a smoked Gouda, or something like that, something that won't be squishy or melty, and just like lines the inside coat
Seattle
pocket with it.
cries a silent tear and he doesn't know why in the ship. As all this wonderful cheese that he bought to try and figure out what exactly it is about cheese that he liked so much. And why it reminded him of somebody he'd lost. And it's not even being enjoyed by these bastards.
Bigger fish to fry.
Oh goodness. So yeah, you make it over to the museum entrance. The 1, 2, 5 of you. Dave, Felicia, Sparky, Annie, and Steve. And
Steven.
yeah, it looks like your typical museum. It's a very open floor plan with displays sort of evenly distributed across this giant open floor. But this painting is up on the wall, not too far from the entrance, and it's cordoned off by that like the thick, fluffy, red velvet covered rope type thing. And there's a few people staring at this painting, which, well, it kind of resembles the security office console, just on a canvas instead of metal.
Oh no.
And it's not explosive, no. And there's some people oohing and awing and, you know, staring at it and looking at it from different angles and trying to understand it. Felicia quickly joins that. A couple of people doing that. What do you do?
I'm gonna look around and see kind of like where might be the easiest exit towards the other, like either the other rooms or where they might keep like the older stuff. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
not necessarily flesh lamp, but other things that would be of the same caliber. They're just not on show.
Gotcha. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of that sort of thing on this bottom floor. You do notice on the opposite end of the sort of showroom, if you will, for lack of a better term, there's an elevator and a door next to that that looks like it's probably the stairwell. There are a couple of offices, and you can see that one says has like the curator tag on it, so you can presume it's an office. And then there's a janitor's closet. And various artworks and super old pieces of technology are scattered about in the displays.
Okay. While we're all standing there,
There's an iPhone in one of them, for example.
nice. Sparky's gonna look up at Dave and over at Felicia, and say, "It's a little derivative, don't you think? It looks a lot like the last time they put something out here. What was it you said? Ode to Yellow?
Yeah, and Felicia does that, like, yeah, actually, you may be right. It is a little bit, like, just starts agreeing with whatever the person talking is saying.
How many security guards are in the room, Raven?
You don't notice any security guards in the room. You do notice there's a lot of little blinking red lights, though, from security cameras and motion sensors and things like that. The person with all the equipment to deal with all of that is currently in the banquet hall serving cheese.
So Sparky's gonna message Android and Daisy specifically and say, like, hey, we could use some cheese in the showroom. And, like, it just literally writes out wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Daisy looks over to the captain and goes, okay, I think it's time for us to do our thing in the museum.
What do I do with the cheese?
I set it up to make suggestions and talk and stuff. It can serve people on its own.
It has no arms.
It's all laid out. It'll be fine. People can just serve themselves, and Cryopod 9 here will just tell them what's best to eat. Won't you, Cryopod 9? And it, does like a Alexa type voice and goes, yes, I can pair the perfect cheese with the perfect beverage or other dish.
Android's just gonna stare at Cryopod 9. She doesn't like where this is going.
It has no eyes or visual sensors, but you get the distinct feeling that it's staring back at you.
She likes that even less.
Oh my god, is Captain getting, like, territorial of another AI?
Maybe.
Oh my god, I thought I was unique when I did that with Beta. It's so cool to see somebody else doing that. It's so neat.
But no, she'll set the tray down, look at the cryopod again, and then follow Daisy.
Okay. Daisy has a tray of cheese in her hand. And there's some people that walk up and try to take a piece of the cheese off, and she literally slaps their hands. Like, this is not your cheese. This cheese is not for you. For other guests. And there's a couple of, like, oh, I've never, expressions and stuff, but you get to the museum just fine. And Felicia goes, ooh, cheese. Dave, you like this kind of cheese, don't you? And Dave walks over and grabs a piece off the tray.
What's Annie doing during all this?
Annie?
Mm-hmm.
She's sticking with you guys. I don't think she's like right up on your asses or anything, but she's biding her time. She's being quiet. She's not trying to draw any attention.
Okay.
Unless, of course, Felicia is looking her way. Then she, puts a little smile on her face and like, hi, darling, how you doing kind of feel to her, But other than that, she doesn't try to draw any attention or anything.
Yeah, there's a bit of that. You probably catch like a little bit of an eye roll here and there, but it's pretty well hidden. Let's pause here and go back to security where Jack, you've completely destroyed that console room. The janitorial staff shows up, and you get the feeling that you'd probably be like arrested were it not for the fact that nobody wants to touch you. And so they sort of just escort you to to the guest area of the compound, to one of the
Okay.
showers there.
Sorry, can I interject
Absolutely.
just for a second? So, what the scene that they come in on,
Oh no.
Jackie is butt naked, trying to wipe up their feces with their clothes, and profusely apologizing.
Oh my god. Okay.
And so they're escorting Jackie, who happens to be butt naked.
Why does it keep getting worse?
I know. With that in mind, they do put like a jacket over you or something to help you cover up a little bit. Because you gotta go to the other side of the compound. Yeah, when they first walk in, they're doing like the whole like holding their hand up in front of them to like cover the parts that they don't want to see, and just sort of squinting and turning their head to the side.
I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. I can come back and clean this up for you.
Nope, that's perfectly all right. We're just gonna we're going to get you cleaned up. We'll give you a change of clothes, and then I see that you didn't really fill out your contact information, so we're just gonna set you outside, and I'm sure your friends will pick you up.
That's fine. You can set me in the back by a bush.
Oh my god. So yeah, they put you in one of the guest rooms. They literally make sure you get in the shower. And by that I mean like just into the shower unit. Close the door behind them and leave you a change of clothes on the bed outside.
Can I roll to see if
my
I'm
God,
still
Jay.
pooping? I hope I'm not. Will you just give that to me, or should I roll for it?
But make your roll physical fortitude one more time.
Oh no, my dice hates me tonight.
Simply because I'm
Oh.
evil.
No. That is an 8.
You gotta spend like another 15 minutes on the toilet, but fortunately there's a toilet. Then you're pretty sure it's over. And you can get showered and cleaned off and changed.
Sweet.
So that's gonna take you a while. So we'll hop back over to everybody else. So Daisy's there with the cheese tray and looks at you, Sparky, and is like, "So, was there anywhere else you needed me to deliver this cheese?"
Oh, yes, darling. I believe the curator, I think it is, was asking for some. Be a dear, won't you?
Curator. Oh, sure.
And Sparky
I'm
will
sure
do kind
they-
of a gesture towards the curator's office.
Yeah. Daisy spots it and nods and goes, "Oh, sure. I don't think they want us to wander around too much past these barriers, but the curator's just right in there. Did you say?"
I believe so, yes. They came out earlier, but I think you weren't around at the time. You best hurry. Wouldn't want to get fired on your first day, would you, dear? And Sparky gives like a really brief, like...
Yeah. Nope, of course not. The curator's a very, very important woman. I will be sure to make sure she gets all the cheese that she needs. So Daisy just sort of like hops the little barrier thing with this giant tray of cheese. Knocks on the door and then opens it and goes, "Oh yes, fuck. I can't think of a name now. Mrs. Thompson, yes. I brought the cheese that you requested. Sure, I'd be happy to explain what all these different types of cheeses are. A lot of them have a long history, which I'm sure you'll enjoy because you're a museum curator. And she says all this as she walks in. There's literally nobody in the room. But she says all of this and walks inside and closes the door behind her. All that space the last name Thompson survives. Yes. Does. 1 second here. That's a 40 for Daisy on hacking. So I'd say about 5 minutes after she goes into the room, you notice all the little red lights on the cameras go out.
Sparky will message a cameras are down. Or actually, no, Sparky wouldn't message cameras are down. Sparky would say, all eyes are off us. I think we're good. And that would
Daisy
be to
does
everyone.
reply. Yeah, Daisy does reply back and say, like, that's just the cameras. The other security measures on the second floor, I think, are still up. I'm still working on it, so just be cautious.
Okay. Sparky's gonna look at Annie, look across from Dave and Felicia, and say, "Wasn't there something else you wanted to see, dear? Something else you said they weren't showing directly tonight?" And gives like a little bit of a, follow me on this.
Sparky's talking to who?
To Annie specifically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought you said Felicia, and I was like,
No.
what?
No, like looking like past them while they're.
Gotcha.
Annie kind of looks around the room, and kind of puts on this expression like she's searching for something and she can't find it. And she's like, "You are absolutely right. You know, there are some items that I've heard of, that I don't see, and I would rather like to see them tonight, I think."
So you would or you wouldn't?
That I would
Oh, you
like
would,
to
okay.
see. Rather would like to see.
It was some sort of light fixture, wasn't it? Some sort of droll antique, I think. And Sparky's gonna do a quick side eye at Felicia to see if she knows what it is, see if like anything changes on her face.
Sure, roll gut feeling. See if you can read her expression.
22.
She seems pretty disinterested in what you're talking about.
Okay.
What about Dave?
Dave, you don't even need to roll, is disinterested in everything that's happening in this room.
There's no
I love
security in
Dave.
this room.
God bless
Yeah.
Dave. He's my new favorite character.
I want him to start like trying to mansplain androids to Android.
Yes,
He is
that's
just
amazing.
he is
So
the
you
most
see, they're
wonderful
robots, but they're not
mansplaining-
robots. They've got an artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is.
He is just the most wonderful mansplaining cardboard cutout I've ever seen, and I love him.
Couldn't ask for a better stand-in.
Right? I can't remember if I mentioned too, like he's got like complete with the like stubbly beard. It's not quite a shadow, but it's also not quite a beard.
Is it designer stubble?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Cool. Hate it. So yeah, Sparky's gonna drop the name of it. Was it actually called the Flesh Lamp, or was there a specific name to it?
There might have been a specific name at some
Okay.
point, but we've been calling it the Flesh Lamp for so long that that's now its name.
Okay.
It has some stupid, like, nonsensical name
It
too, like
did,
My
yeah.
Mother Philip or something.
And it's like made from the father. It's like,
Can it please be called My Mother Philip?
Please.
Sure.
And can it please be made from the father?
oh my god.
Sure.
What is
And the
wrong with
father's
us?
name is not Philip.
No one in the family's name is
Oh,
Philip.
modern art.
That's where they had a cat once. They named Philip.
There's a lot of complex baggage here, and I don't have time to unpack it.
Yep.
So, yeah, Sparky's gonna drop the name of, like, wasn't it something to do with Philip, some sort of lamp made of skin, dear?
Oh, yes, of course. My mother, Philip, one of the most amazing inventions of human, just
Ingenuity.
chef kiss. I love it. Yes, exactly the word I was looking for. I would
So,
love to see it in person.
We're the worst
Remember I
fucking
said-
heisters.
Remember how I said there's a couple other people in here? One of them walks over and goes, "I'm sorry, were you talking about my mother Philip? The lamp that shows the way that humans have an inner light and that it shines through our skin?"
Annie's
Oh my
face
god,
just
I hate the fine
lights
art
up.
scene so much.
Annie's face lights up like this is the most amazing thing that's ever happened to her. To find someone else that seems to know exactly what she means, and she turns around and she like puts a hand on their arm enthusiastically, and she's like, "Yes, that is exactly the piece. I'd love to see it."
Roll charm for me.
Can
Come on.
I aid on that?
Absolutely.
Because as soon as I see that Annie's going with it, Sparky is right there with her and just fawning over this, like, finally someone else knows true art in this place.
23.
Okay,
Okay.
you're
And
convincing.
that's charm?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's an 18.
Yeah. The two of you are convincing enough that you seem like you're genuinely interested in it and not just here to steal it.
That's good.
So this person, they get pretty excited too, and they're like, "Oh, I would love to see it, but it's not on display. It's too bad. I hear it's on the second floor, but I don't know. I'm not really sure we should be sneaking around to go see it."
Do you
sort of
figure
do, I
there's
guess.
someone here who might take pity on us? I
Someone
suppose you could say.
who loves art just as much as we do.
Naturally, yes, darling, of course. You see, my companion and I, we've come from quite a distance to see the art tonight, and to be able to see something that we've only heard about.
Something that
In
truly
person.
speaks to the human spirit, you know.
Absolutely, exactly what I was thinking. But to be able to see that, to have the chance to see that tonight would be absolutely phenomenal. Do you think there's anybody who would take pity on us and allow us to indulge a little bit tonight?
So they look at the two of you and listen to that explanation, the conversation for a bit. Well, I am a friend of the curator. I could, why don't I just go and ask her if we could just catch a peek? And they start walking towards the curator's office. Android rules dot, take me to the lamp.
This is like a weird futuristic Aladdin.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Sparky would follow suit and kind of do a quick little wave to Felicia and Dave.
Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. Bye. Have fun enjoying your shitty painting.
Annie adds a little wink as she goes. See you,
Yeah.
Dave. Bye, Felicia.
They just sort of seem oblivious to the what you're doing, and are just like, "Oh, bye. We'll see you later."
Love that for them. Goodbye, our darling little cardboard cutouts. We love you.
Don't go out in the rain.
So yeah,
yeah,
you're
no-
walking towards. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Annie kind of has a bit of a thing that she's going to try, but it's kind of at the last minute, throwing sus kind of. Anyway, just continue.
As we're walking, Sparky's gonna message a quick, "We're heading in. keep out of sight.
Yeah. Okay, good. The
Yeah,
little precursor.
I just had that realization. I'm like, oh shit, right?
Yeah. So you hear on the comms some swearing under Daisy's breath and shuffling and clattering. That's just quickly trying to hide. And then, yeah, as you approach the door, this person, they turn around, they're like, the curator, she doesn't really like, a lot of people bothering her in her office, so I just want to, like, stand back a little bit. I'll just poke my head in and see if it's okay. So she opens the door, pokes her head in.
So, okay, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
just say,
Go ahead, Annie.
I don't know if Daisy has found a spot yet. So kind of as the person reaches for the door, Annie's gonna just like shoot ahead a little bit and like take them by the wrist and be like, I'm just incredibly thankful that you are going to try and do this for us because, I like I said, it's absolutely fantastic, and as we've come from such a long way, I can't thank you enough. I just wanted you to know that. What?
What was your character's name again? Like the fake name we're doing?
Persephone.
Persephone, dear, don't just rain upon this person. They're doing us a favor. Be polite.
Yes, I do apologize, darling. You are absolutely correct. My apologies. And she like gingerly takes her hand off and steps back and like gives a little bow of her head. And she's like, I'm very sorry. Sometimes I do tend to get a little overzealous about these things, but I would just like to express my absolute gratitude.
Modern art is an absolute passion of ours. It's something we've shared for many years and over many light years to come see. We're very grateful for it.
But
This
yes,
person-
Just silently following.
do continue.
They just give you a look of like, no touchy, trying to get you to let go of their wrist.
Yeah, no,
and
she's backed off.
Yeah, and they look at the two of you like, that's, well, let me talk to the curator and, okay. And
Hopefully
if you
that
look
gave
really
Daisy a couple
close-
more seconds.
Yeah, if you look really close, you can see them kind of roll their eyes as they're turning around. But they poke their head in the door. Go, yes, oh, hi, Jackie. Yeah, would it be okay if we just poked our heads up and looked at the lamp really quick? Thank you so much. You're a doll.
I hate this.
I'll let you get back to work. And then closes.
It's
the
not
door.
fun when it's done against us. What's happening?
We've already performed this trick. What do you mean?
You can't just steal the same act.
But as the person like turned around to open the door again, Annie gives just like a super heavy eye roll behind their back.
Sparky's gonna look panicked until the door opens, and then they're gonna like the facade slides back down, like cool, calm, confident, and they are panickedly kind of messaging to Daisy like, was there anyone else in the room with except them?
I mean, in here by myself. I don't know what that person's talking about. There's no Jackie in here. It's just me. They couldn't see me though.
Stand by. And yeah, they're just gonna go back into the routine once the person comes out. Oh, what did they say?
Oh, she said we could just go right on up, take the elevator, and that
We're
As long as
the
we're not up there.
patsy.
as long as we're not up there too long, it'll be fine, and no flash photography.
Here's the dig. They think we're the patsy. We're gonna make them the patsy. Dave is out of the picture.
Dave gets a pass. So yeah, they push the button on the elevator and step in.
Are they at all
Um,
confused why this android is following them?
They hadn't really noticed until now. as you're, I'm assuming, approaching the elevator?
She said she was silently following along with us.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna turn and be like, oh, I don't think they want the wait staff upstairs. And the way that they say wait staff is like very condescending.
Oh, I apologize. I am a caterer, but these wealthy people, Persephone and Sparky, did you give a fake name?
I did, Charisse.
Charisse, thank you. And Charisse here find me novel. Many wealthy people find me novel.
She's just so quaint, don't you think?
I curtsy.
Oh my god.
Really
not even
embodies the human spirit, don't you think? It's an automaton with its own life. It's so salacious.
Y'all are selling this
Android
so
fucking hates
well.
that.
I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. That was amazing. It works. They're
Android's gonna murder
oblivious.
you in your sleep.
Yeah.
I am so getting vented when we're back on the ship.
Sparky do be kind of sus though. Pretty sure I saw Sparky vent. Anyways, when you get to the elevator, you notice that the red light on the camera is on the elevator.
Daisy,
Yeah,
are the cameras still down?
took down all the cameras on the first and second floor. Why?
Elevator's still live.
Yeah, I took it offline. I'm looking at the feed right now. Wait, why is the elevator empty? Someone else is messing with the cameras.
A national treasure.
Oh my god, you're right.
Oh
I
my
didn't even
god,
think
it
about
is.
that. That's not even where I was going with that, but you're right.
We're gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
Okay, called it there being another thief
was
group.
good.
I called it. There was another thief group.
So Sparky's gonna message to the whole team. Someone else is trying to beat us to it.
Android messages. Do I slit their throat now?
Seattle is going to get a hold of Liam back on the big ship and be like, hey, so what other small shuttles have come down here so we can keep a track on any of those? And Seattle's also going to take a look out and who's out nearby.
Messages back's like, kidding, right? There's like dozens of people here. There's so many people for this party. Didn't know I was supposed to be keeping track of these guys.
I need you to keep track of them now.
Okay.
You're Annie's sibling. You should be able to do this.
You know we don't like share a brain, right?
It's smarts can be biological. Look at Daisy.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that one out. Okay, I'll keep track of it. It cuts the line.
That's my boy.
What the
That
hell
is my
that
boy.
supposed to mean?
That's my
Is it hot in
boy.
here? It feels hot in here.
Seattle kind of walked into that one.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, I'm playing an old man amongst a bunch of very young people who haven't really acknowledged the fact that he's old.
Well, there you go. Liam just did.
About time. I've been waiting for these. Yeah, Seattle's also gonna start seeing who's nearby and stuff, and who's particularly close, strategically close to exits like he is.
A roll. See where they parked. I didn't even think about where they parked. High numbers is good for you. Low numbers is good for them. On a D100, I rolled a 35. So you do notice there's a couple of other shuttles around you. One is for, I don't know, trying to think of what else they would have here aside from catering.
Entertainers.
Well, there's another catering
musicians.
shuttle there, because they obviously aren't doing just one little thing of cheese. There's another caterer shuttle here, and yeah, we'll
Sorry, my
we'll see if
internet
there's
is
like
being unstable. I might.
No worries. Can you hear me okay right now?
I'm only getting like half of what you're saying right now. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay. So there is another catering shuttle. Acme brand catering. I'm not gonna come up with a name for him. There's like a DJ shuttle.
What's the name of this catering shovel? What's the name on the other catering shovel? Shuttle?
Fine.
We
I think
sell
Seattle-
food incorporated.
There you go.
What's Spanish for box?
No idea. But I think Seattle knows what he needs to do. If not knowing what's happening inside, but just this calm feeling come over you. You need to shit in the machinery.
No.
I don't know how to
Is it
pronounce
actually-
it, but it's Caja.
Kaha?
Kaha? That sounds right.
Yeah, I guess it would be pronounced Kaha. J makes a huh sound, so.
So
I do
we'll
not.
say it's Caja con queso is the name of the other shuttle catering service.
Stop!
Box of cheese. Well, we found the other thieves.
Just because you made me come up
Actually,
with a name.
That actually rolls
No.
off the tongue real nice.
So not only are
Oh,
they targeting our
you-
lamp, but they're also coming for our brand.
Oh, it's on.
I hate that.
It's on.
They're
It's on.
coming for our cheese cooler.
Just the cheese
Variable 84. Queso indeed is yummy. Now I want cheese too. And then the third one is
Okay, what's the name for the DJ then?
it's the party shuttle. And there's like a subtitle or like little
See,
tagline.
that's how I know that's how I know that the other one is the thieves. Got into the other one.
Right. So there's Caja
Unless that's what you
con
want you
queso,
to think.
Caja con queso. There is party shuttle, and the tagline's like, and it everything you need for a large party in a shuttle.
Shut all the doors and start the music. I don't know.
And Titan Florist is the third one. Those are the other shuttles around you.
All right. Well, I'm kind of keeping an eye on who's getting ready to pack up and leave.
Sorry, say that last part one more time.
I'm keeping an eye on who's getting ready to pack up and leave real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't really notice any movement on any of the shuttles right now.
So I'm just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah. At that point, we'll pan back over to the doctor, who you've had time to get cleaned up thoroughly, and get dressed. They gave you like, are you familiar with the brand Eddie Bauer?
Yeah.
Like those kind of clothes. They're like supposed to be casual, like outdoor hiking clothes for anybody who isn't familiar, but they're like ridiculously overpriced.
Like people clothes.
Yeah. So there's like an outfit like that. So it's like fancy jeans and like a woven sort of long sleeve thin shirt and a fleece pullover.
Okay.
It's got the fleece pullover has like a Titan Florist logo on it.
Okay.
Probably like some sort of like promo gift.
Sweet.
And also a pair of shoes. They're like mock boots, so they just slip on, but they look like hiking boots.
Sorry, Lisa killed me. Okay.
Oh,
That's how I married my husband.
I don't know. I don't know if that's TOS friendly. I don't know.
I have so many questions that I don't want answers to.
I also did not need to know about that, Lisa.
I guess you could say it's a hell of a wedding shower.
Stop that right now. Let's move along.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I'm dressed in Eddie Bauer, like outdoorsy, like type clothing.
Yep.
Jack like looks at the clothes and just kind of like turns their nose up at it a little bit, but puts them on anyways. Stomach's still sore, but like they're fine. They're not needing to be on the toilet anymore, and they're nice and cleaned up. Did Sparky send that message to Jack as well?
That the elevator and everything, or that we have someone else here?
Someone else here.
So
Yeah, it would have been the entire team.
talk amongst yourselves. I will be right back. I've still got my ears on.
Okay. So, okay, let's see. How sick is Jack feeling?
I would imagine pretty thick.
It's exhausting. Let's put it this way. It's exhausting, and you feel quite literally as if you have been drained of every drop of everything that could possibly exist in you. You are pretty sure that you have shat out organs.
It's an achy, tired kind of feeling.
You're probably really sweaty too.
Also that.
Like your entire core aches from the inside out.
Welcome to We Describe the Symptoms of Diuretic Attack.
Your butthole probably burns too.
So,
Oh yeah, you want aloe. You want
Jack-
aloe so bad.
Jack is just like on the wall, just like leaning up against the wall, like kind of like pushing themselves forward down, like out the room and then down the hallway, and they get the message and then they just sigh, this really big sigh. And then they kind of message, and then they're gonna like ask Seattle if Seattle's figured out like who, like if there's another company or something that could be there that's sus, or
Seattle's like, I don't know, maybe the other cheese people?
but maybe the other cheese people were supposed to be here.
I straight up thought.
I
sorry
have
to
no
interrupt,
idea
but
who's supposed to be here.
Riley, straight up thought you were gonna say that Jackie sighs and then takes out more laxatives.
There is nothing left. Trust me, there is actually nothing left in the system.
So, but no, Jackie's sigh was kind of like, I'm gonna have to do something else.
Like
I'm
also,
sorry, voiding your
Seattle
bowels
also,
is so much.
what the hell did you do? You went silent.
I don't want to talk about it.
Sparky's going to do a quick like thanks if this is on all comms. If
Yeah.
not, but yeah, it would be like a thank you. That really helped.
Oh gosh. Okay, so Jackie's gonna go back to like the kitchen area where all the caterers would be to like look. I'm doing air quotes, like look for their boss.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
They're going back to the catering area to look for their boss.
They're in the other building.
Are you going to the banquet hall or the kitchen?
Where probably like wherever like they're loading plates, so I'm guessing kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the kitchen.
Seattle suddenly, Doctor, did you bring any drugs with you?
Thanks for that follow.
Yes, I
Welcome in,
did.
Variable 84.
I did bring some drugs with me.
Would you be able to put them in the food?
That's a nope.
Why not?
Pretty sure, they ended up in a trash bag. Along with the rest of my personal effects. Yes, I mean, if I had my stuff, but I'd have to go back to the ship and make something. I don't have anything here.
Come back to the shuttle. We'll figure something out.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I don't technically have a memory.
What?
If you come to claim me, I can come back, but I can't just come back of my own accord.
Oh, I know what you did. You pulled a lagoon. Cool. Let me message the captain. Captain? Captain?
Yes.
I have to go and claim the doctor.
Are they okay?
Apparently, they're pulling I have no memory. You know, remember what Sparky and I did when Lago was doing his runaround?
Yes.
Oh my god, the disdain in that voice.
I'm gonna go and get him and bring him back to the shuttle. I've asked Liam to keep an eye on any shuttles taking off.
Do you have proper attire?
I have the jumpsuit.
Remember, he works as a caterer. You'll have to say you're with the catering company.
Somehow you get a thumbs up emoji.
The captain just continues to stare straight forward in the elevator.
Okay.
And tells, now is Daisy with me? No, Daisy's not with me.
Daisy's in the curator's office,
Right.
hacking in through that computer.
You, Annie, and me, plus this rando. Did we get their name, by the way?
You did not.
All
You
right.
did not get their name.
So Android's just going to say out loud, one of my employees is behaving poorly.
Well, I'm sure it can wait until after we've seen the lamp, don't you think?
Ain't that
Oh,
the
somebody
shits.
is taking care of them.
Well, it's good to see that people can still get on even without your wonderful leadership. Sparky's laying that shit on thick like peanut butter on toast.
Android's just gonna turn her head and stare at them, like.
Stares back at the elevator doors. We didn't get your name, dear, to the person that's leading us up.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Yes, my name's Val.
Now, I'm Charisse, and this is Persephone.
Very nice to meet you both. And Val's wearing like a it's a suit, but sort of a feminine cut suit. Gray 3-piece, with a white shirt underneath. And by gray I mean it's like a dark gray.
Like a slate.
Yeah, slate, there you go.
Can I roll gut feeling on Val, much like I did Dave, like a size up?
Sure. Sure.
And I'm adding my assassin to that again, if that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be fine.
That is a 24. Oh, just shy.
24. And what specifically are you trying to size up? Like, just
Hey,
a
I get
general
the
read on
feeling-
them, or?
I'm trying to see if they're as loaded down as I am.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you don't sense that they have. You don't see any signs of weapons.
Okay.
No bombs or explosives or guns or anything.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Can I try some shit?
Absolutely. This is the session for trying shit, apparently.
Okay. Android is standing behind Val. Like, we're just gonna say Android is behind her. Android is going to act like there's like dust or lint on her back and go to like dust it off and say, "Oh, you have lint," and go dust it off, and then barely extend a blade and just rip the back of her fucking jacket open.
Okay. Roll blend in for that. I'm gonna make a roll here.
What? Been waiting for this shit for 2 seasons.
Oh god, my blend in is bad. Okay. 7.
We have 3 crits.
Can I have a crit, please?
Please take the crit.
Sure. And very good that you did, because that would have not
I
worked.
just kill her.
Oops.
I have 4. I have 4 crits.
Are we really going to make a game of this?
No, I'm not gonna use mine. But I have to do that, you know. Ooh, I have a crit. What if I used one? I'm not really gonna do that. I'm not that mean.
Aren't you guys?
Well, I mean, I could.
No. Suggestion.
Even I'd just like to point out that I have the unlucky trait, just putting that out there as general knowledge.
God damn it, Jay. God fucking damn it, Jay. It fits so nicely.
I love you, Jay, but I also fucking hate you so much.
Well, but it's the captain that's
Oh yeah, this is more for
out.
future, just when
Yeah.
when that comes up.
So used a crit. So whereas you would have failed horribly, you instead succeed. Yeah, you're able to extend the blade and just destroy the suit jacket. Was there anything else you wanted to do with that, or is it...
And then I'm just gonna say, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I will pay for that. Perhaps it would be appropriate for you to go change it this time."
I need.
Can I roll daunt? Can I intimidate her into leaving?
You can try that next, but I'm gonna need Sparky and Annie and Captain as well. Actually, let me have you roll. Yeah, I think it would be sight. We'll sight for this one.
21.
21.
Annie is in need of glasses. She's partially blind. She's on 11.
Big mood.
Okay. So
Yes,
Sparky's
Lisa,
the
I
only
agree.
one. Sparky's the only one that notices this, and that actually kind of makes sense. Sparky, you notice that Val moves in such a way that suggests they could turn this into a combat situation real quick. They were caught a little bit off guard, but their movement to get away from Captain is very much a combat type movement.
Right.
Very, very fluid and very fast. And
It doesn't feel like a, oh no, it feels like getting ready for something.
Yeah, it feels
Yeah.
like I was about to take your head off, and then I remembered where I am and stopped.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Bitch,
Interesting.
try it.
But they did a very good job of hiding that, and you're able to recognize that they masked it.
Okay. So since Sparky has noticed that, they're going to just reach in their pocket and pull out a little, just pull out some lipstick. But while they're doing that, they're going to try and hide that they're reaching in the other pocket to pull out a trank dart and just slip it up the sleeve. You know how lab coats have that like through pocket? That's kind of how it's. Yeah. Go for it.
I'll hold that thought.
Mm-hmm.
Riley,
Because-
why?
Because you and Vanessa are gonna swap characters for what is the time on that now? Is it 3 minutes? I think it is still 5 minutes for the swap characters.
Okay, I was just away from my computer for a second. Can you give me like the last minute, like literally 60 seconds into Cliff Note versions? What just happened? So the jacket ripped. Val's like ready to go psycho mode. And what did Sparky do?
Sparky is like
Put lipstick
trying to
on.
play up that they're just reapplying lipstick, but they're actually trying to grab a trank dart from like one of their holsters, just in case.
Okay,
So
I
they're,
guess.
they're not like moving forward to do it. They're just getting ready should it come to that.
Val got a nat 20 to notice this, by the way.
Oh, fuck's sake.
You really did that to me just as I'm supposed to take over for you. Are you kidding?
So
Hey!
Welcome to my life.
5 minutes on the clock. Starting
Oh my
now.
God.
Jesus.
Take it away.
So what does Val do?
So Val notices this, and does something
not
similar.
I'm not taking responsibility if Sparky dies right here.
No, that's
you're
totally
not gonna-
fine.
You're not gonna die in the elevator, not in the next 4.5 minutes, anyways.
Have you not seen Captain America? You know how this goes.
For real.
So Sparky, aka Vanessa, in this case, could you roll, or I guess Jay, if you could roll for it.
Yeah.
Sight to see if you noticed what Val did.
Yeah, please do, because I don't have a good sight roll.
It's totally fair. What is there anything I could apply to it, or that Vanessa in this case could apply to it training wise?
Your assassin training,
Perfect.
yeah.
That's a nat 20
Oh,
plus
thank
6.
So Vanessa, you notice
Like the first nat 20 I've had.
Val pulls a couple of basically like kunai from somewhere, and has sort of palmed those, and is very much so poised to kill a bitch if things get any worse, if things escalate. That's what I was looking for. But they are not escalating it themselves.
Okay.
Did Android see the kunai?
Oh yeah. Roll sight.
Would you like me to roll for Annie as well?
No, and
Well,
not. And then if we get Annie's sight roll on that as well.
All right, do I roll for that one?
You can roll for that, yeah. This is also confusing.
That's an 18.
18. Okay, so no. So Sparky's the only one that notices it.
Okay,
and
so
you-
Sparky has like lipstick up to their face, but
Yeah.
also with the other hand is kind of reaching.
The other hand, I would imagine as like in the same motion, kind of like reaching in the pockets, fumbling as though like, oh, it's in the other pocket, silly me, and pulling both hands out, but like one hand is palmed a trank dart.
So this is like two secret ninjas in an
Basically,
elevator that have run into another secret ninja, and they're like, "Oh crap, another secret ninja!"
yeah. Are they of my clan?
Yeah,
it's like spy
like a
versus
frickin-
spy.
this is like a freaking Naruto scene going on.
I was
here.
about to say, are we in
Yeah.
a fucking Naruto episode suddenly?
And Val turns to the captain and says, it's fine. These things happen. But I do prefer to not be touched.
When you say turns to the captain, what's the positioning going on here?
Val's in one of the corners of the elevator, front facing virtually the entire elevator, and turns turns their head slightly. They can still see all of you out of their peripheral, but they're looking more at the captain.
I'm being egged on. Guys.
Listen, I'm
I
with,
don't want to
I'm
be
with
responsible
Riley.
for this.
I'm with Riley.
Responsible for this.
Shit on it. Shit
What
on
would
it.
Sparky do? What would Sparky do?
Is Annie aware of the situation, or is it not clear that there's this like massive head-to-head going on?
Sparky's the only one that knows Val is a secret ninja, essentially.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then
Hey, thanks
Annie.
so much for that gifted sub to Vanessa. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
Vanessa, you've got $5 to work with on the viewer action chart there, including 2 plot points.
My heart is going way too fast for this. I don't know
Welcome
how to
to
use the
literally
plot point.
every time I play Sparky.
Hate it. Please take it back.
You got
Welcome
20
to Animus,
seconds.
Vanessa. We go fast.
you stalled. You stalled well enough.
As
And
for
again,
the-
I should make it clear again. Val is doing nothing to escalate the situation,
Mhm.
and seems to be trying to hide the fact that they are prepared to kill somebody if they have to. They're trying to de-escalate.
Mm-hmm.
But
New crew member?
Captain
New
just
crew
says,
member?
"My apologies."
We can't just recruit everyone. We need a bigger ship.
Yes, we can.
We're not out of rooms.
And the
Well,
timer is up.
Okay. I relinquish
Thank
control.
God.
Well, thank goodness there's a space station there that likes us.
Oh, good. This is what anxiety feels like. Oh,
I was about to stab a bitch, Jay. This one's up to you.
so they're clearly not escalating.
Yeah, they're trying to de-escalate the situation.
Okay. Sparky's gonna keep the trank dart palmed, but isn't gonna move yet. They are gonna position themselves though to like get in the way should Val lunge at either of the crewmates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I think Val's the imposter.
Val's
Great,
mad
you'd be
fast.
kind of sus though.
Val's yeah.
About that moment,
20s.
there's a ding, and the elevator.
Yeah, I was gonna
opens,
say
because you're only
longest
going up
fucking
one
elevator
floor.
ride.
All of
Like
this
a
is
Mass
happening
Effect elevator.
very quickly. So yeah, all that happened in the span of like 30 seconds. Yeah, it opens up and you're on the second floor. And you can see in the center of the room is the My Mother Richard, I think is what we called it.
Philip.
Philip. That's right. My Mother Philip, that's what it was. My Mother Philip, it is lit. This is the only thing in the room that is lit. And there is the
I don't know. This
heart.
elevator seems like it's about to be lit.
there's the mom heart that is that is projected on the wall. Hear a click from Daisy that says, yeah, I can't track where the person's coming from. But I did manage to essentially gain control of the cameras again. And the alarms. The like manual and motion sensor alarms. They're still lasers, so be careful.
If you don't hear from us in 10 minutes, sound the alarm.
I'm sorry. Sound the alarm?
That's what's, yeah.
Okay.
Is Seattle being involved in this?
Everyone.
Seattle is repeating. That will cause a lockdown.
So while everybody's communicating back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
Annie, not aware that y'all have like weapons ready to stab each other, but obviously knowing that this person in the elevator is not crew, and therefore a problem, she like when the elevator dings and opens, she like claps her hands together enthusiastically and like peeks her head out, like she's in awe, like this lamp is here, this is what she's been waiting for, and just like leans her body out the elevator and looks from side to side and just makes like ooh noises, like wow, amazing.
And Sparky's gonna mimic that after a brief, like, they're gonna play it off as though they're just so stunned they couldn't say anything, and then they're gonna play it off and be like, I don't think I've ever seen such a piece of raw emotion, and they're gonna move to step forward.
Okay. I need a sight roll from everyone in the elevator one more time.
Come on, Annie, come on. Ooh.
19.
Oh no.
Oh, Jay, honey.
Oh no.
How quickly we fall from grace.
Hubris.
Oh, arrogance!
What was that for Annie?
16.
16?
Somebody should just bring me a D6.
So nobody notices anything.
Oh, good.
But for the audience's sake, Val seems to be reaching up and sort of scratching behind her ear, or their ear, and they scratch behind their ear and signal somebody, communicating that there's another agent from not sure what agency here. Things got complicated.
What's the name of the agency?
You don't know. The audience doesn't know either yet. But they're clearly communicating with somebody else and talking about agencies and operatives. And there seems to be a response.
I just have a realization. We've entered a part of the crime world our characters have never been in part of. The like high art the high art thievery part of the crime world. We were mercenaries before. We were killers before. We weren't high art thieves. There's a difference in the level of criminal, the class of criminal.
How dare you?
Thank you, Raven. This is amazing.
You're welcome.
Are they secretly
And-
James Bond?
No, Val is not
Damn it.
James Bond. They're not working for the British government. I can give you that much.
How's the person
Car-
James Bond?
Is she
stalks?
Carmen Sandiego?
That'd be even
Uh,
better.
They are not Carmen Sandiego either.
Are they the Spy Kids?
No, they are not the Spy Kids in a trench coat.
Oh, that's
are
so
they
disappointing. Can I use my 2 plot points to make them the Spy Kids?
You just ripped from like a decade and a half ago memories I thought long undisturbed.
No, you may
You're
not.
welcome. You're no fun. How dare you not let me make your other villainous NPCs into 2 Spy Kids in a trench coat? The fucking audacity.
Wait, I know,
Double the
I
knives.
know exactly what you can do though. With those 2 plot points, Vanessa, you can make whoever their contact is look like Machete, because he's the uncle from Spy Kids.
Oh my god, he was.
I would allow that.
No,
Or-
the other operative is Floop, and I will use the 2 plot points to make the other operative Floop. Thank you.
Do this to my brain. I don't
It's
need
I want to Danny
memories.
Trejo.
It's
Which one was
absolutely Floop. The guy who owned the TV show with the thumb
Oncoming.
guys.
I will get the image.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know who it is. It's the guy who played Rocky, Sylvester Stallone.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
No.
No,
That's not
no.
No, he
That's
was
the
the toy
villain.
guy. He
Yeah.
was the weird toy
We're
guy.
talking
Floop.
Alan Cumming. It's
Yeah.
Yes, Alan
It's
Cumming.
Alan Cumming.
yeah. One sec.
I am It's
Oh,
been
well,
He was
so
he was the
long.
guy with the weird creatures. He was also in Burlesque.
Oh,
He's
this
in
guy.
burlesque.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the other operative is Floop.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
And his name
I-
is
I-
Floop. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I remember this guy now. Okay.
Cool.
Sure.
Wait, is Val Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
No.
Yes.
Are we
Yes!
Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
And we be
No. Val is a
Kilmer.
George
non-binary,
Lopez.
gray suit wearing, secret shinobi art thief.
Is Val?
so the
It's
Yeah,
hitting all
George
the buttons.
Lopez. That's what I said.
So go on. They just
So we're
scratched
in
their
an
ear.
anime, is what you're saying.
is Val Antonio Banderas?
Yes.
But I
And
already
names,
guessed
yes.
Zorro.
Raven. The operative just scratched their ear and someone communicated with them.
Yes.
Floop. Ah, yes, my favorite tag team, Val and Floop. Sorry.
So Val looks at Annie and Captain. Perhaps you would like to enjoy the view of the lamp. Don't get too close, as there are still protective lasers. Charisse, was it? Could I speak with you privately for a moment?
But of course, darling, as long as I can still look at the lamp. Is it something wrong? And Sparky's gonna hold it's just a little tighter with that trank dart against their wrist.
Yeah. As soon as Annie and Android get far enough away that she can, or they can whisper without being overheard, they lean in and go, "All right, are you here for the lamp?"
Why, whatever do you mean, dear? I mean, we're here to see the lamp, certainly.
Cut the crap. I know you're here to steal something. Is it the lamp?
So, Sparky's gonna do just the quickest little the only thing I'm here to steal is your heart, dear.
Well, if you're not here for the lamp,
No.
if you're not here for the lamp, that's a possibility. I do respect your skill. You seem like a formidable opponent or ally. But I'm here.
Why
for
are
the
you-
Seattle ever hears about this?
Seattle's never fucking hearing about this. Why are you after the lamp, though? I mean,
we're
it's kind
hired-
of a naughty, disgusting thing, so I doubt it's your taste.
Oh no, we're here on a job. Somebody wants it. Appears the last people they hired to get it took too long, so they hired us.
Fuck.
Were they sent to replace us before we got our memories?
That would be the suspicion, yes. Actually, I think this was after the memories. Remember how we got this job
Yeah.
a while
Yeah,
ago?
we got this job, but then we decided to liberate a space station.
Yep.
Right.
And I oop.
You decided to do 25% of the side quests in this chapter first.
That's how I play RPGs, Raven. I do the side quests.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just saying,
okay.
unlike in video games, in this one, sometimes the quest giver hires a different adventurer.
Okay. Sparky is going to play it off cool. And I am sure there is a role involved with this. Wow. Well, for you to be called in must mean you're quite formidable yourself. And they're gonna do the up and down look, mostly just out of character. It's staying in
Okay.
character, I should say. Yeah.
At this point,
They're playing
Annie
themselves.
in Annie's attempt to check in to make sure everything's okay, she calls out just slightly louder than speaking voice and says, "Charisse, darling, are you going to come take a look at this lamp? It's absolutely phenomenal when you get closer. Are you going to come take a look?"
Just as soon as I'm done examining this other art piece in the room, dear.
Andrew,
And
you're
Annie
going to say-
Annie kind of gives a little laugh. She's like, Naturally, I suppose. But don't take too long. This is really quite something.
Android's just going to say, because she thinks this is how you do conversation, human skin is remarkably stretchy.
Yes, it is, my dear. And they're gonna wink at Val.
Stop!
So.
Stretch your dermis, yeah.
Oh my god.
You're gonna feel me in the subcutaneous tomorrow.
Oh my god.
So what is Val? I'm so sorry.
So are you here for the lamp or not? Val says.
No. We had other things to do here today. It wasn't the lamp.
Yep, that's gonna be a charm roll.
Sure is. Oh, I hesitate to let you know, Raven, that now is a perfect time to let you know that I have them.
I remember.
Okay.
Annie starts to make her way back to the elevator.
28.
They got a 31.
They fucking did. Am I allowed to add it? I was gonna say I can't add a d6 now. I know. So go ahead.
Yeah, you can. If you need
Okay. Y'all okay with that? If I add a d6 to that,
Sure.
because I got a plan.
To.
That's a 6. So that's a 34.
All right.
Come on, Raven. Play dueling dice with me.
I am gonna use a d6 on this one. This is close. Oh, I got a 1.
Yes.
So Val goes, all right, well, can have whatever else it is you want in here. That's not what we're here for. I will just take the lamp and be on my way.
By all means. I do actually want to have a look at it, though. It's, it's disgusting, but it's kind of like a train wreck. You can't look away.
Val shoots a look towards Annie and the captain and goes, yeah, I'm familiar.
Ooh. Oh, bitch, you don't talk about my crew like that.
Wait, hold on, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. What?
Oh, Oh.
Thanks
What
so
did-
much
what-
for the donation, Rowan. That's 3 crits. How would you like to distribute those? They can all go to the cast, all go to the GM, or you can split them up.
What was the slap? I didn't hear it.
I
All
said,
the cast,
I still want to look at the lamp because, it's disgusting, but it's kind of like a train wreck. You can't look away. And they looked at you and Android and said, yeah, I get what you mean.
Bitch.
Okay, so we're about to shank a
Oh.
bitch.
Oh, subtlety's out the fucking window. Soon as they turn, if they say turn to go towards the lamp before me, let me know. But otherwise, I will put on airs through gritted teeth.
Yeah, no, they're and it's not because I know you're planning something. They were gonna let you go first.
Okay. Sparky's gonna put like 3 feet of distance between them, just a quick step back, and then moving towards the lamp. But they're gonna keep Val in their peripherals and kind of like make sure they're following,
Okay. Val's
because
got
they also
some-
don't want to get stabbed in the back.
Yeah, Val's got crossed arms, but not like intertwined arms, just like one arm resting on the other one. And they're very slowly following, keeping that same distance, seeming still a little bit wary of you.
Okay, it's probably for the best. Sparky's gonna message Annie and Android specifically because they don't want to alert the rest of the team just yet. Sparky specifically is going to say, Captain, are your blades ready?
Captain's just going to look at Sparky and say, always.
And Sparky sent a message to Annie, get ready.
So as soon as that message sends through,
You can kind of see like a little smile tug at the corners of Annie's mouth.
And Sparky will come up beside them both and start looking the lamp over and cooing and awing. And, oh my goodness, the tattoo is just as vibrant as they said it was.
All right, so Sparky, I need a sight roll.
You have some lovely crits here.
Can I add my assassin training?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. That's a 28.
But you're unlucky.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna have you reroll that.
Now, if it's
Jay, this
high-
is all your fault.
It is. Now, if it's higher, do I take it or am I taking the lowest regardless? I don't
That's
remember
a
how that works.
good question.
Was
think
it not
it's-
always take the second roll?
That's what I thought it was.
Because
I
I
just
think
wanted to
that's
take
the
the
way it
second
is with
roll.
a couple. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the way it is with my presence rolls too.
Okay.
It doesn't
I'll
matter
look
what
it
it is.
up
You
real
take the second
quick,
one.
but
Sure.
I'm pretty sure it's just you take the second roll regardless.
Well, I have a 1 in 10 chance for that, or I guess like a 1 in 2 chance, really, for that to be a better roll. So, yeah.
It is.
What's up?
Ooh.
It's a 35.
You almost cross the laser beam,
Oh,
but you spot it at the last second.
okay. Sparky's going to make sure they don't step over it, but they're going to keep a note of where it is.
Okay. Annie, was there
Is
anything
there-
else?
Yeah, I
What
was
did
just
you
gonna say, is there literally anything Annie can do not on an assassin front that could potentially be beneficial? Like, I feel like she's just standing there.
Oh, there's. I mean, if Jack can use shit to short circuit a security system, I'm pretty sure anyone can do something in any situation.
That is
Speaking of,
absolutely
should I be picking up Jack by now?
Yeah, I'd say you're able to do so.
Okay. Am I having to carry Jack back to the shuttle?
No, Jacka is a little bit too arrogant to let that happen.
So what else is there in the room besides the lamp and the lasers?
There's some other displays that are unlit. There's a couple of like little statues that you could pick up with one hand. There are some other technology things. There's like a this strange little rectangle, looks like some sort of tiny computer. It's called a Zune. That's in one of the cases.
Boy, we're going real old
I actually
school,
had
huh?
one of those.
Me too. I had 2 of them. I loved those things.
What's closer
various other
to
things.
the?
Are there any Tamagotchis?
You know there has to be.
Probably not. That's a little too old.
Except they're like space age ones, so they're actual living creatures that mutate.
Yeah, there's probably like a futuristic version of a Tamagotchi that's in here. I can't see like a literal Tamagotchi surviving that long.
I don't know. Those things are pretty sturdy.
They're like the
fair.
old Nokia block phones. You can have a car run one of those over, and they're fine.
Or an
What
Nalgene
about the-
bottle.
Don't
What
feed
about
it
the
once
light-
though, and that little thing just dies.
Mm-hmm. So what are you doing, Annie?
What about the layout closer to the elevator? And where is Val exactly in the room right now?
Val is a few feet away from the elevator doors. Arms one folded on top of the other. Looking pretty relaxed. Just sort of watching you. There's not a whole lot up here in terms of like other rooms or anything like that. There is pretty much just the stairwell, the elevator, and there is a door on, if you're facing the elevator, the far left side of the building. It looks like it might go to a storage room.
Yeah, no, for now, Annie just continues with the charade.
All right. Jackie, you're with Seattle. Is there anything that you would like to do at this point?
If I don't have anything, I mean, I'll kind of look around to see if there's any like groups of indicators that look sus, like on our way to the shuttle. But if there's not anything for me to like make myself something in the shuttle, like there's not much I can do.
Okay. Anything from Seattle?
Keep monitoring and basically he's got the ship like ready to go, but like in that powered out state where all it takes is like 2 flips and we're off.
Okay.
Also, like looking at the doctor weirdly because he's come back looking like he's been through some sort of through some sort of hell and sweaty and wearing different clothes.
The doctor just looks at you like, I've seen some
wet.
shit.
Like,
basically.
Seattle's just like, what the fuck happened to you? What did you do?
Jackie, like, just closes their eyes. Basically the equivalent of plugging their ears. They put their hands up again, like, I don't want to talk about it, and then they just close their eyes and just like sit back.
Like, okay, Seattle sends off communication. I have the doctor. They're out.
Okay.
Android just says out loud, "My employee has been taken care of."
Val just goes, that's great.
Always good
also,
to hear.
I just realized Seth is still with Annie.
Holy shit, he is.
Seth.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You told us you told us he had an amazing stealth role. You weren't kidding.
I completely
forgot about him.
Holy
Steven.
shit. Stephen will save us all.
I'm the worst mom.
Steve is the worst mom. Well, let's be real. You have so many kids now, it's hard to keep track.
I know, I forgot my fucking kid at the store. I was like, God damn, I gotta turn around and get, like.
I'm pretty sure Captain Seattle have a problem with adopting children. It's that they see someone, they see them as a child now. They're their child now.
Is it a problem though? We're giving them a loving home.
Well,
and
it
I
is
put
when you
loving
see a new
in
child and you're like, a
quotes.
new child, and you leave that one by the curb.
Just vet them.
Yeah. Oops.
Okay. Yeah. None of you actually see Seth anymore. Nor does Val.
Seth, you beautiful creature.
Seth, what the fuck?
Seth, you beautiful bastard.
If this goes well, Annie will give you a nice big hug.
A side hug though.
Seth's like, I saw they had tacos back there at the banquet hall. I want to go get some tacos.
This guy that with like 4 street tacos, one in his mouth.
I just
was like, hey, what's going on here?
I just pictured
Put on
Val
this
turning
thread.
around, like whipping a knife out, and Seth just like throws cheese.
Yes! Yes!
Taco!
Yes! From the queso
God.
truck.
It's like pocket sand, but it's pocket cheese.
Oh
Oh,
my
that
God.
Parmesan because he took the hard cheese. It's been crushed up in his pocket.
God.
Anyways.
So nobody sees Seth.
Pocket Gouda.
Nobody sees Seth. Seth was so stealthy that I forgot he existed. What did you want to do, Sparky?
I think Sparky's just kind of waiting, and it will. After a few minutes, we'll kind of give Val a look of like, "Are you fucking stealing this or not?" Like clearly playing up the ruse to show to Val, like, "Hey, like we're waiting on you. What's the play?"
Yeah. Val just sort of scratches behind her, or their ear again, and kind of eyes the lamp a little bit. We're gonna have to do something about those lasers. Hold on, I had something in my jacket.
Are they saying this out loud?
Mhm.
Okay.
So they backstep to the elevator, keeping their eyes on the group. I need a sight roll from Sparky, Captain, and Annie.
I am apparently
You're killing
just
me, Smalls.
way too obsessed with that whole backside.
Mm-hmm.
They make that suit look.
So Annie like physically plucks out her own eyeballs and cups them in her hands and goes, "Hey, look, I can see so much more," and just like swings her arms around. I don't know. I rolled a nat one.
Oh my god, two nat
You
ones
and I
on
are
this.
like,
So-
you were faking it so hard that we're actually like just staring at the light.
It's like when Aaron and Dan on Game Grumps play House Party and they
Oh
go to
my
that
God,
painting.
yes.
It's like, wow.
How's it going, dude?
How's it going,
How's it
dude?
going, dude?
How's it
Stay away from
going,
the
dude?
alcohol.
Oh
Yep,
my
he's
god.
suspect.
So Val
So-
goes and does spy
So-
things.
Jay,
So-
quick question.
What's up?
Which one of us is Dan and which one of us is Aaron?
Ooh. Ooh.
Jay has big Danny energy.
Really? I was
Yeah.
gonna say Aaron.
I think you
I
have
was
big
gonna
Danny
say,
energy.
You don't rage enough, nearly
No.
enough for Aaron.
Vanessa has the rage of Aaron.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh,
give you that.
absolutely.
You could,
Yep,
for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
Also, I read something about
So-
Aaron that I've never seen more accurate. He has the exact energy of a trombone player.
Huh.
That's fair.
I don't even know what that means.
Holy shit.
I dated two
Meanwhile-
of them, and it's true.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Val.
back at the museum, none of you notice anything because, yeah, Sparky, Loki, not gonna lie, Val has a really nice rear end, and that seems to be where your attention is.
Not gonna lie,
um,
Dark Slates,
Good for
kind of
them.
one of my favorites. So
And Annie, you look up for a second, right as a piece of dust just falls from the ceiling and gets right in your eye. Unfortunate timing, and now you've got dust in your eye. You gotta get that out of there.
is it skin lamp dust? My God.
Though, I mean, yes and no, because most dust is a lot of skin. So, you're welcome for
Anyway,
that.
what
Um,
Val is doing, or isn't?
So, Captain, yeah, you just see Val go into the elevator. None of you notice the cameras come back on. But you
Does
do
Daisy
hear,
notice?
You do hear. Uh-oh, we lost somebody. we
Vanessa
lost
said
Vanessa.
she'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, this is a very crucial moment, so we're gonna pause.
Jump
For a
back to
second.
Jack in Seattle.
Yeah. What are they doing?
Annal's like nudging Jack to the foot because they don't look good. Basically nudging until Jack opens their eyes again.
Jack opens their eyes and
Do you need medical attention?
Jack lets out a big sigh. We need to find who the other contacts are.
Good. Starts talking to his daughter. Daisy.
You hear furious typing. What?
Figured out who it is yet?
Kind of busy. And a lot of...
How screwed are we, Daisy?
Don't know yet. Stop talking.
I swear if we do not complete this job...
Shut it! My daughter is a genius!
I'm not
The rest of the
dissing
crew-
your daughter. She's the only one I believe is brilliant. That's why I conspired with her to get all you to lose your memory and, kill each other.
Yeah, you're still in trouble for that.
You're in time.
I don't remember a thing, so I think it's like a...
You're not in as much trouble as Daisy, but you're in trouble.
Well, am I really? Because in the end, my memory was gone too. Oh my gosh, you know what? I'm gonna go take a couple of laps, and
Stay in the shuttle.
I don't really want to do that.
Don't make me strap you to the chair.
That's hot.
Jackie gets
I
this
wasn't gonna say
horrified look on their face when Seattle says that, and is like, and then just jumps up, immediately regretting the sudden movement, jumps up out of the chair, and is just like, I'm not touching anything. I'm not touching anything on this shuttle.
What are you talking about? There is a harness there.
Yeah, guy, is there?
Crash harness. You were wearing it as we came down, you idiot.
That what we call it nowadays.
So,
We didn't need to crash after this.
I'm not the pervert. You're the one who came into the walls.
on that note,
How many
Whereas-
times have you had sex in the shuttle, Seattle?
Don't say it,
my
Lisa.
God.
Don't say it. I know what you're gonna say, and I appreciate it.
Not
Don't
that
say
I
it.
can remember yet. But thanks for the idea.
That's not comforting. Oh.
meanwhile, back at the museum. So yeah, none of you notice as soon as Val steps back into the elevator, so allegedly to retrieve something from their destroyed jacket, the cameras come back on, and you hear Daisy frantically on the camera, or on the camera, on the comm, going, whoever this guy is, he's really good. I think the cameras are back on. You should get out. And right about that time is when a kunai comes flying through the air and crosses that laser beam before
Played me at my own fucking game.
landing in the floor, and the alarms go off. That's where we're gonna end the game tonight.
Val, you don't want to cross me. I put a bomb on a man's ship, Val.
Oh goodness. That was fantastic. My face hurts from laughing. Before we go on a raid though, gonna give everybody a chance to talk about their favorite part. Good luck picking just one. Where we can find them online and anything else they want to share. Let's start with Lisa. What was your favorite part? Where can we find you? And anything else you'd like to share?
I mean, I have to start the trend. It's the doctor frantically voiding their bowels on the security machinery, and the fact that they got a 1 in 4 roll to run into the right room to shit on the machinery. And that's just isn't art.
It
But
was a gamble with shitty odds, but Riley pulled it off.
thank you, Raven. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But yeah, so I will be here next week. And yeah, that's about where I am.
Awesome. Next, Riley, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you online, and anything else you'd like to share?
Oh my gosh, all of it? This is my first time actually being on one of these where it didn't actually go because when Lagu went on one, it actually went fairly well.
Oh, got
Like,
so
we were-
lucky.
We were able to get in and out in one session, and it.
A hole in the shuttle.
But like, other than that, it went pretty well. And then all of a sudden, I like. Oh, so this is what it's like to be part of the crew. But yeah, anyways, the whole thing was hilarious. I put a ton of clips in the Black Feather clips.
Thank you so much.
On the Discord. Just really great one-liners, especially from the ones I got were mostly from Goody and Jay, but there were so many. It was fantastic. You can find me next Wednesday for Exodus, but also at some point in the near future, I will be streaming on my Twitch channel as well with Mr. Riley, and then
Hey.
yeah, I'm excited about it. And then you can find me everywhere online at Arieli Knits, and I'll put my website out in the chat. But thank you all. I felt like this was some weird self-hazing, but it's good.
That was amazing. Anytime
Riley,
I have to go, like,
I don't
never thought
normally wheeze. I couldn't breathe.
Anytime you all get me to go, well, I never thought I'd have to ask for this role, but it's always a good time.
Emphasis on butt.
I see what you did there. Alex, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you, and anything else you want to share?
So, apparently, I don't talk about this as much as I thought I did. I thought I over-mentioned it. I have Crohn's disease. I was diagnosed when I was 14. I turned 34 this year. So it's been 20 years with Crohn's disease. And for those of you who don't know what Crohn's disease is, it's an autoimmune disease where your immune system starts attacking parts of your digestive system. For me, that's in my the end of my small intestine and the beginning of my large intestines. Which means I have to regularly check my poop. And because of that, shit's funny, y'all. Shit is absolutely hilarious as long as you don't have to deal with it in real life. If you don't actually have to deal with it, it's funny as hell. Fart jokes, you know, the whole rigmarole. I find that hilarious. Riley, I have a gut cramp because of you.
In the best way
Found
possible.
my funny
Yes.
bone, and you decided to just ram into it all night. No lube, nothing, no preparation.
Oh gosh.
Like guy in the shuttle?
No, guy, make sure there's plenty of preparation.
Well, that's very considerate of him.
And he
Where can we
technically
find-
has not had sex in the shuttle at Seattle yet. Anyways, hi,
Where can
I'm
we
an
find
artist.
you?
You can find me at my personal on Twitter is at Agent Chaos. You can also find me on my art Twitter at Can Chaos Art and at Can Chaos Art on Twitch as well. Where I should be starting to do streams of artwork soon. I do digital art and I do everything with a mouse because I have arthritis in my hands due to the Crohn's disease.
It still looks amazing, though.
Yeah, so I do art a little bit differently, but at the same time, I've got a few good tips and trips for other people who have disabilities or can't afford to get a tablet.
Nice.
Yeah. So, you guys know honestly, there were so many fucking good scenes. And the fact that I was just like, there's another team. I was just like, I knew it. There was another team. And then, yep, there's another fucking team, all right. And they're better than us. We swapped genres, Raven. What the fuck?
It just
They may
wasn't
be
the
more
people you thought they
competent
were.
than us, but are they better than us?
Yes. They did not shit an entire control room.
That's
I'd say
just a
that's
lack of
pretty
imagination.
effective. Yeah, I know. Like, Get creative, God.
Anyways, yeah. You can also find me today's Saturday. Back here on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday on Patrick's channel for Lancer, and then Thursday on Jay's channel for Stardew Valley.
Fantastic. Next, Vanessa. What's your favorite part? Where can we find you? And anything else you want to share?
Yeah, no, the shitting in the machinery took the show for me. I just did not expect it. And it made everything perfect. Yeah. It just, I don't know, to sit here and be like, well, I never thought I'd ever hear this in a game before. I didn't know that was a role that could be made. It was just the cherry on top. So well done, Riley. Absolutely wonderful decisions and just phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, the whole session was absolutely fantastic. I really, really enjoyed Sparky putting on this like facade and getting really into that kind of character. And then, of course, like the playing off of Sparky and Annie kind of going back and forth, pretending to be art enthusiasts was really, really fun to do as well. So I hope Annie can be a good help next session as well. Because today she was more arm candy. Like, she didn't really do much. She's just standing there. We're absolutely gonna get Val back for calling them a train wreck, though. We're coming for your kneecaps, Val. We're gonna shit in your shoes, buddy. But as for me, you can find me here next Wednesday for another episode of Exodus, where I GM. And then again for Animus next Saturday. You can also find me online. My Twitter is @PepperoDraws, and that's pepper like the candy. And if you'd like to take a look at more of my work, and specifically pictures that I've done of Annie, you can check me out on my Coffee page, which is coffee.com/PepperoPrincess. But yeah.
You muted, Raven.
Oop, thank you. I was saying, last but not least, Jay, where can we find you? What's your favorite part? All that good stuff.
My favorite part of this whole adventure that we just went on was in the middle of break, going to my roommate and exasperatedly, breathlessly explaining what had just happened, watching Riley's character shit all over a bank of monitors to get us through a security checkpoint, and then having him go, "Do you need the washroom? My guts aren't feeling very well." I miss this group like I've been away for months, even though it's been a week, like every week. It's kind of weird, if I'm being honest.
It's been 2 weeks we were away. We were away for
Has it
2
been?
weeks.
Yeah, we skipped Halloween.
Oh fuck, we did, didn't we?
Yeah, we missed a week.
No, 2 weeks. We didn't do it last week either because of the election.
Wait, what?
Right?
Regardless.
Never mind. I don't know
good.
time.
That's the thing. And this is
what
one
is
of my
time?
favorite times to not only do gaming, but just to hang out with y'all, because we all gel so well together that we can somehow make this heist sort of kind of work. And even when it doesn't, it's still really fun. And after the week that I've had, and I know other people have had, I really needed that. So yeah. Where you can find me next is, what the fuck, today's Saturday, so you can find me tomorrow on my own channel on Twitch @AlienJays for some more Link's Awakening, and then Tuesday for more Bioshock, and then Thursday for some Stardew Valley with Alex and Ekin Relax and some other lovely folk. Yeah,
Awesome. That just leaves me. My favorite part. I mean, Riley's whole shitstorm with security was fantastic. Not where I expected all that to go at all. But I also really loved the lead into that. Like, I thought it was really clever, just the acting super confused, and sort of, letting yourself be brought to security instead of trying to break in. It was a clever approach to it. I thought it was really cool. And I absolutely loved Charisse and Persephone and all of those shenanigans. That was brilliant.
I want to bring them back someday.
Absolutely.
I feel like they could have their own, like, not necessarily buddy cop show, but like
a mini
I don't know.
series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of buddy cops, it's buddy criminals.
Hell yes. And we just don't ever steal anything because we're so focused on the bit.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if we don't do it, I'll be very upset.
Yeah. And then I know Seattle didn't have a whole lot to do actively this session, but the one-liners and commentary and all that coming from the shuttle was fantastic.
I think my favorite one of those is "Shut up, my daughter's a genius."
Yeah, that was great. And I loved Android's the captain's new fear. I have no fear. Okay, I have one fear.
One fear.
That was great. And then finally, my little great NPC Seth being so good at stealth that I forgot he existed. That was fun.
It was quantum tunneling.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing was great. You can find me next on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Mountain Time GMing Hunters of Calamity 2, which is also pure chaos in a different way. It's a lot of fun. And then Wednesday we'll have Exodus and all that stuff too. So yeah, that's where you can find me next. Anything else to share? Yes, we have a Minecraft server now. If you have the Java edition of Minecraft and you want to play with us, I set up a Realm server. There's a few of us already playing. Yeah, you can check out how to sign up for that. There's a channel for it in Discord. Or just DM me if you're interested. And we can get you in there. It's a lot of fun. We're having a blast so far. And then finally, sponsors. So thank you to Grinding Coffee Company. If you go to grindingcoffee.co, use the code RAVVYN, you can get 13% off your order. They roast the coffee right before they ship it, so it is extremely fresh coffee. I've tried several of the different varieties that they have, and they're all really, really good. I definitely recommend it. And then other projects that sponsor the channel are Fundamental RPG, which you just watched being played. This is the playtest version of 2nd edition, which will be out sometime later this year. You can find a link to the 1st edition on Amazon. That's in chat, as well as the playtest version link is also in chat through my Patreon. And then Intrepid, which is adventuring gear for real life. It's casual wear, sportswear, and accessories. It's got a really cool raven. You can see the little logo down in that corner right now. It's really good stuff. You should check it out.
I have something to say about Fundamental RPG.
Oh yeah, what?
The only system where you can roll to poop.
Yes. The only system that I'm aware of that you can go, well, what do I need to roll to shit on everything? It's fantastic. And then there's my link tree in chat as well for all my socials and everything. But we're gonna go raid Milady Saito, fabulous human being, and good friend. She's a fantastic variety streamer and does tabletop stuff as well. Definitely go check her out. And we've got our raid cry, which is shit on everything. And yeah, I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye, everybody.